All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started as it's now 10 o'clock. All right. So welcome to the State Waterboard Staff Workshop on refinements to the water unavailability methodology and proposed revisions to the emergency regulation for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta watershed. My name is Molly Williams. I'm an environmental scientist in the State Waterboard's Office of Public Participation, and I'll be facilitating our workshop today. During the workshop, staff from the State Waterboard's Division of Water Rights will describe and receive a public input on any changes that should be made to the emergency regulation and any changes that should be made to the methodology dated April 19th, 2022. Next slide, please.
Recording in progress.
All right, and before we get started, we'll just go over some logistics. First, this workshop is being recorded and is being streamed live on the Cal EPA webcast at video.calepa.ca.gov. And we'll also be posting this recording on the Delta Drought website as soon as possible after we adjourn today. And in order to successfully manage today's workshop, we've asked all speakers to submit a virtual speaker card in advance. And if you've already submitted a virtual speaker card, you should be in the Zoom meeting room here with us using the meeting ID and password provided to you via email. If you somehow submitted a virtual speaker card but did not get the Zoom meeting information, please email bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov. And if you can, if you'd like to make a comment today, but you haven't submitted a virtual speaker card, you still can submit one using the online form provided in the notice for this workshop. And that notice can be found on the Delta Drought webpage, or again, by using the same bay-delta email address shown here. All right, so today's workshop, let's go to the next slide, actually. Thank you. Okay, so today today's workshop will consist of two parts. We have a staff presentation, actually several presentations kind of in one from different folks within the Division of Water Rights. And we'll also have an opportunity for presentations, comments, and questions from public stakeholders and other agencies. So following our staff presentation, we'll hear 5 additional presentations from the public and other stakeholders and agencies. And we'll provide the opportunity for public comment by others who have submitted a virtual speaker card. We currently have around 12 individuals who plan to speak today. And as we approach noon, we'll find an appropriate point to pause and take a short lunch break. And during the public input portion of the workshop, panel presentations should be limited to 15 minutes. And as we move through these presentations, I'll put a list of the next 5 presenters in the chat, and we'll let speakers know when they have 5, 2, and 1 minutes left. Other public comments should be limited to 5 minutes. I'd also like to remind everyone that oral comments should be technical in nature and address the topics identified in the workshop notice. Staff will be taking notes and may respond to any clarifying questions that you may have, so please make sure you include those questions when you are speaking. And further, if you'd like to provide more detailed written comments on the topics covered today that might exceed the speaking time, they can be emailed to bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov. And written comments that are related to the water unavailability methodology and/or the draft emergency regulation text must be submitted by 5 p.m. on May 19th, 2022. And that's a week from today, next Thursday. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Diane Riddle to introduce the staff presentation.
Thank you, Molly. Good morning and welcome to the staff workshop. Again, my name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights. I'd like to first start by thanking stakeholders for their input on this matter over the last year. We really appreciate all the feedback that we've gotten and the ability to work with stakeholders as issues arise. I'd also like to thank staff for their diligent work on the methodology, making refinements and improvements. We also look forward to continuing that dialogue today. We are specifically interested in very specific feedback that you may have and recommendations on possible changes to the methodology that can be implemented again this year with available data sources. Also interested in longer term refinements related to water unavailability issues, but specifically today and in the written comments due by May 19th, we'd very much like to hear about any input parties may have on changes we should be considering within the next year. I'll start the staff presentation off by going over the agenda for the day. We will be starting with some background information, followed by the purpose of the workshop. Then we'll turn it over to State Water Board technical staff to provide information on the updates recently made to the water unavailability methodology and possible additional updates. We will then discuss proposed revisions to the emergency regulation. As Molly stated earlier, we will then move on to the public presentations followed by public comments. With that, I will turn it over to Mayor Irby, who will provide additional information relevant to today's workshop.
Thank you, Diane. I'm Mayor Irby, a senior environmental scientist in the division. I'll provide a bit of background on the process that has led up to today's workshop, next steps in the process, and a high-level overview of the topics we've planned for the focus of today's workshop. This slide shows a timeline beginning in May of last year when the governor issued the emergency drought proclamation for the Delta watershed, and the board's Division of Water Rights released a draft version of the Delta water unavailability methodology for initial public comment. The methodology was subsequently refined, and then in August 2021, the board adopted the emergency curtailment regulation for the Delta watershed and issued curtailment and reporting orders to diverters in the watershed. From that point through to today, division staff have continued to analyze water unavailability in the watershed in keeping with the emergency regulation to impose and suspend curtailments throughout the watershed to implement the water right priority system. As appropriate, the methodology summary report available on our water unavailability methodology webpage has been updated to reflect changes to the methodology. Next slide, please. The division has held 4 workshops prior to today, covering the then proposed methodology and emergency regulation in May and July 2021, respectively. Updates to the methodology in October 2021, and alternative approaches to determining water unavailability in the Delta watershed in December 2021. Today's workshop again focuses on the methodology and the emergency regulation. In April, the methodology summary report was updated with additional refinements, which will be presented by staff this morning. In addition, staff released proposed minor updates to the draft emergency regulation, which will also be described in more detail by staff this morning. In addition to providing the opportunity for oral comment today, written comments regarding the workshop topics may be provided until noon on May 19th. Any such comments can be emailed to the division at bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov. Next slide, please. Next slide. There we go, thanks. Given the ongoing dry conditions in the Delta watershed, curtailments continue to be needed at least this summer and leading into the fall. Therefore, the board will be considering readoption of the emergency regulation this July to authorize continued action. The slide displays the process that will be followed prior to consideration of readoption and the process for submittal to the Office of Administrative Law and the Secretary of State if readopted. This process includes issuance of a notice of proposed rulemaking in late June, with the comment period ending on July 8th, consideration by the board on July 19th, and submittal of the emergency regulation package to OAL in late July, leading to a likely effective date for the regulation in early August. If the emergency regulation is readopted, the existing curtailment orders, including the reporting requirements, would remain in effect. In addition to the emergency regulation process, Any needed changes to the methodology would also occur based on feedback today and any other relevant information. As outlined on this slide, each step prior to the effective date of the readopted regulation, including an opportunity for public comment. We also welcome comment today regarding the proposed revisions to the emergency regulation. However, the primary focus of today's workshop is the methodology itself, both recent refinements and potential future refinements. Next slide, please. The notice for today's workshop outlined the following topics to focus today's discussion. They are the selection of the water supply source, data source, and related factors, including the most appropriate exceedance level and period of analysis, the selection of a water demand data source, such as historical diversion data, projected demand data, or another recommended source, the method used to determine return flow factors, including modeling, land use-based, and direct monitoring methods, the methods used to curtail rights or claims when only a portion of supply is available for that right, including possible methods to address correlative riparian shortages, and the use of sub-watershed curtailments, the treatment of delta supply sources, including in-delta storage, the accounting of direct diversion demands and storage demands, and any other curtailment-related issues relevant to the coming year. Next slide, please. Refinements to the methodology described in the updated April report include water supply outlook variables, curtailment decision adjustments, legal delta supply considerations, and demand data refinements, which will be discussed more in a moment. Next slide, please. The minor updates proposed to the emergency regulation include expansion of the data sources to be considered in assessing water right demand, de-ranking of supply forecast data sources, elimination of deadlines for certain responses to curtailment, clarifying language for jointly developed alternative water sharing agreements, and updates to outdated references and dates. And likewise, these updates will be discussed in more detail later in the presentation. Now I'll pass the presentation to Jesse Jankowski, the Division's Drought Planning Unit, to describe the recent updates to the methodology in greater detail.
Thank you very much, Mara. Can we move to the next slide, please? Great. Again, my name is Jesse Jankowski. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Drought Planning Unit of the Division, and I will be discussing the water unavailability methodology's various aspects and updates that have been made to it in recent months. Next slide, please. As a brief overview, the water unavailability methodology for the Delta watershed is a set of input data sets and computations which compare projected water demands to forecasted water supplies. This analysis evaluates water unavailability for each of the nearly 17,000 water rights and claims throughout the Delta watershed, including in the legal delta, based on their priority of right. The methodology and curtailments under the emergency regulation apply only to diversions of natural and abandoned flows of surface water and do not impact deliveries of previously stored water, contracts, transfers, or groundwater use. The methodology's assumptions and curtailments also do not supersede or modify any other underlying terms or conditions of water rights. The methodology's supply and demand comparisons are performed at 2 scales for 20 different sub-watersheds in the Delta watershed. In headwater areas where only local supplies are available, demands not able to be met by these supplies are removed so that they are not counted against supply in other areas of the watershed. The watershed-wide analysis considers the relative priorities of rights across the watershed and the interconnectivity of its tributaries, including the commingling of water supplies from both the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers in the legal delta. The methodology's supply inputs are based on estimates of unimpaired flow, otherwise known as full natural flow. It also considers additional abandoned supplies made available by in-stream flow releases from rim reservoirs and return flows on the valley floor from agricultural and municipal diversions. Next slide, please. In order to determine which water face unavailability, several decisions must be made regarding the data inputs to the analysis. Two specific issues are the selection of water supply forecast exceedance probability and analysis time period. The methodology's water supply forecasts acknowledge the uncertainty in predicting future conditions. There may be a wide range of potential supply conditions during the times of the year when precipitation is anticipated or snowmelt fluctuates. But moving into the summer, the hydrology generally stabilizes and less variability is seen. Instead of a single, forecasts are represented by a range of values that each have an associated probability of occurrence. These forecasts are based on existing conditions like snowpack and soil moisture, plus anticipated conditions like precipitation, wind, and temperature changes. These forecasts are developed for different exceedance probabilities, or the likelihood that water supply will be greater than a given value. So in other words, a 99% exceedance supply would be very low, exceeded almost all of the time, while a 1% exceedance would be very high and unlikely to be exceeded. The 50% exceedance represents median conditions, or an average supply scenario that's not affected by outliers in the forecast. Supply forecasts are obtained from the Department of Water Resources Bulletin 120 and NOAA's California Nevada River Forecast Center, CNRFC. While the methodology contains this range of potential forecasted supply values, ultimately it requires a single input to be specified so that curtailment calculations can be made. And the methodology includes the flexibility to choose a range of exceedance probabilities or enter in custom forecast volumes. In late summer 2021, the Bulletin 120 90% supply exceedance was used to determine curtailments due to dry conditions that had persisted through the summer, and the fact that the Bulletin 120 was last updated in June and conditions in August were tracking much drier than the 90% forecast. During winter, a shift was made to use the 50% forecast and the CNRFC water supply forecasts in order to avoid assuming overly dry conditions and use the latest forecasts available. This 50% exceedance forecast has been in use since that time, though drier forecasts are also under evaluation currently in order to examine potentially worse scenarios. Weekly update emails on curtailments specify which supply exceedance was used to determine curtailments. The other decision that impacts curtailments is the analysis time period over which supply and demand are compared. To determine curtailments, this is generally done looking forward in time. When it comes to forecasts from the CNRFC, near-term supplies over the next 7 to 14 days in the future are meteorology driven. Here, there's the greatest confidence in predicting runoff that will result from precipitation or snowmelt. Past that window, forecasts are largely driven by long-term climate that's observed in historical data. Demand data in the methodology are represented by monthly volumes, 12 per year. In late summer 2021, curtailments were based on discrete monthly time steps, so a comparison of total supply and demand over the months of August or September. But supply forecasts from CNRFC are at a daily time step and are updated daily with the latest conditions. So during the wet season through April, curtailments were based on a rolling future window of 7 to 31 days. This allowed curtailments to be flexibly and rapidly lifted when precipitation events are forecasted. The 31-day future window, which was used after large precipitation events in January subsided, may cross into different months of the year. Therefore, demand data for those windows is calculated based on a daily average proration for each month. Beginning May 1st, a shift back to discrete monthly time steps took place and is anticipated to be used through summer 2022. So forecasted supply and demand will be compared only over a period of May 1st through 31st, June 1st through 30th, July 1st through 31st, and so on. Next slide, please. These two graphs help illustrate the challenges of selecting a supply forecast exceedance and an analysis time period. They show Sacramento and San Joaquin watershed total supplies with unimpaired flows from April 1st to May 10th and daily forecasts from then until the end of September. In the San Joaquin watershed particularly, even on a single day, the difference between the 10% and 90% exceedance supply forecasts is upwards of 10,000 acre feet. That anticipated bump in supply in the next couple of weeks is likely driven by snowmelt. For the month of June, this difference in exceedances results in nearly 300,000 acre feet of total difference between those forecasts for the entire Delta watershed. Absolute differences between forecast exceedances do decrease substantially moving into July, though the differences during the summer could still be meaningful relative to the lower magnitude of supplies. These graphs also show the disconnection between forecasted water supplies, which could change dramatically day to day and are at a daily time step, and monthly demand data, which represent fixed volume for each month. By considering these longer 31-day periods, the methodology does attempt to balance these differences, but challenges remain in the selection of a single supply scenario that will best represent actual water unavailability. These scenarios are under frequent reevaluation, and since the issuance of initial orders in August 2021, curtailment updates have been issued at least weekly, if not more frequently, in response to changing supply conditions. Next slide, please. The latest version of the water unavailability methodology, dated April 19th, includes a number of adjustments in order to better represent demands for water. Notably, since annual water use reports submitted to the Division of Water Rights distinguish between direct diversions and diversions to storage, these demands have been disaggregated in the methodology's inputs. This allows better representation of where demands occur spatially based on their type of point of diversion, or POD. For example, a water right may divert to storage at a rim reservoir and also directly divert at a location further downstream on the valley floor. Storage demands under that water right would thus be assigned to the reservoir POD in the headwaters and would not be charged against the rest of the watershed if local supplies were insufficient to fill that reservoir. And return flows, which will be discussed in greater detail later in the presentation, are not applied to storage demands, since diversions to storage do not produce return flows until that water is released later on. A water right or claim is only curtailed if water is unavailable at all of its points of diversion. Points of rediversion, which do not divert natural flow and only redivert previously stored water, are not assigned any demands or factored into these determinations of curtailment. Finally, a number of specific demand adjustments were made for certain rights and claims. My colleagues will be discussing these in greater detail later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. First, I want to note that the map on the left side of this slide shows the boundaries of the 20 subwatersheds considered in the methodology. And small adjustments have been made to boundaries defining the McCullamy, Calaveras, Chowchilla, and Fresno River subwatersheds, so that PODs which divert flow from each of those sources are adequately captured within each boundary. Notably, the Calaveras now includes demands from Mormon Slough upstream of Stockton, and the McCullamy includes PODs on the main stem of the river above Dry Creek. The methodology also factors in a number of changes to the logic that governs water unavailability calculations and curtailment decisions. Previously, the methodology determined that a right outside of the legal delta would be curtailed if any portion of its demand could not be met by available supply. However, since February 18th, this logic was changed so that a right or claim would only be curtailed if there is zero water supply available at its priority of right. This may result in some rights diverting even when their entire demand could not buy available supplies. So if senior water right holders believe that they're being impacted by this suspension of curtailments due to this or any other issues, they may notify Division of Water Rights staff through the contact information provided in this presentation, or they can file a formal complaint with the State Waterboards Enforcement Program. Because the methodology analyzes water unavailability at both the headwater, subwatershed, and watershed scales, rights and claims may be curtailed based on local unavailability within a headwater subwatershed or based on watershed-wide unavailability. Several large reservoirs, generally located in the headwater subwatersheds, have relatively junior storage rights, and in some cases, their curtailment of those users would not actually make water available to senior upstream diverters. Furthermore, in the spring, there's a need to store additional water made available through snowmelt in preparation for the summer. So accordingly, beginning on March 1st, the Deputy Director for Water Rights has exercised his discretion under the emergency regulation to temporarily suspend these subwatershed level curtailments and issue curtailments based only on watershed-wide conditions. The reimposition of these headwater subwatershed level curtailments is currently under consideration for summer 2022 as conditions grow more dry and the authorized diversion to storage season ends for many rights. Finally, since April 19th, the methodology has not considered abandoned in-stream flow supplies to be available to riparian-only claims of right. These flow releases from rim reservoirs only factor into watershed-wide supply when they exceed the unimpaired flow of their respective headwater subwatershed. Next slide, please. The methodology includes several considerations to evaluate water unavailability for rights and claims located in the legal delta. This is done on the same time step as the rest of the watershed, with no lag time or extended availability assumed. However, any curtailments imposed in the legal delta must be based on an analysis time period, as we discussed earlier, of 1 month or longer. There are no additional supply adjustments in the methodology to account for seawater that is made available by tides reaching the legal delta. Non-riparian rights in the legal delta are assumed to have access to water from both the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, and their demand is prorated between the two based on the portion of unimpaired flow supply from each watershed. Therefore, these rights would only be curtailed if water is forecasted to be unavailable from both watersheds. Riparian claims in the legal delta and throughout the watershed are only curtailed if there is forecasted to be zero supply available. The methodology does not currently determine correlative curtailments of riparian rights at this time. All curtailment decisions in the legal delta are made after consultation with and the concurrence of the Office of the Delta Watermaster. And now I will turn the presentation over to my colleague, Rob McCarthy, who will discuss the methodology's demand inputs in greater detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Good morning. My name is Robert McCarthy, and I am an environmental scientist in the State Waterboards Division of Water Rights. In the next few slides, I will provide an overview. Thank you. Overview of the current water unavailability methodology demand dataset, the adjustments and refinements made to the dataset, and how the Delta Watershed Emergency Regulations enhanced reporting requirements are and will be incorporated. The water unavailability methodology evaluates the demands for natural and abandoned flows in the Delta Watershed by basis of water right. It is not intended to account for demands for previously stored water, imported supplies, or contractual demands. The demand dataset relies on user-submitted diversion data, both direct diversions and diversions to storage, for 2018 from the State Water Resources Control Board's Electronic Water Rights Information Management System, or ERIMS. Last year, when the dataset was being compiled, 2020 diversion data was not yet available, leaving 2018 and 2019 as the only years available since updated diversion measurement and reporting requirements went into effect with Senate Bill 88. The methodology primarily relies on 2018 diversion data because it was a below normal water year in the Sacramento and San Joaquin River watersheds. 2019 data was prepared for comparison purposes but was determined to be less representative than 2018 data, as 2019 data was classified as 2019 was classified as a wet water year in both watersheds. All active water rights within the Delta watershed are included in the demand data set and the methodology. So this includes post-1914 appropriative water rights, statements of diversion and use, including pre-1914 appropriative and riparian claims, along with registrations and stock ponds. Minor water right types are assumed to constitute a negligible amount of the water diversion and use within the Delta watershed and are therefore assumed to have zero demand in the methodology. Water right records identified as non-consumptive based on the beneficial use type, such as hydropower generation or fish and wildlife preservation and enhancement, are also assumed to have zero demand in the methodology. The demand data set currently consists of approximately 17,000 records. Next slide, please. But because the demand data set relies primarily upon self-reported data from ERIMS, which is not systematically verified for accuracy upon receipt, and may contain inaccuracies or other errors, a quality control effort was initiated. Since it was not feasible to review all records contained within the data set, approximately 17,000, the quality control effort was focused on diverters with a face value or reported diversion amount greater than or equal to 5,000 acre-feet. This decision reduced the number of records requiring review to approximately 600, or 10% of diverters, but still represented about 90% of total water diverted in the watershed. 2018 and 2019 annual reports of water diversion and use from ERIMS were reviewed, and in some cases, diverters were contacted for additional information. Through the process, several types of data errors were identified and corrections were applied as necessary. To date, this effort has resulted in an overall demand reduction of approximately 50 million acre-feet. Next slide, please. So in addition to the quality control effort focusing on the largest diversions, those greater than or equal to 5,000 acre-feet, the demand data set has undergone numerous adjustments and refinements to improve its reliability as a representative data set. Some of the major adjustments are listed here. So exclusions of disconnected systems, elimination of duplicate demands, disaggregation of demand type, direct and storage, identification of non-consumptive demand types, and diverter submitted demand corrections. Even with the improvements from the quality control effort mentioned previously, the adjustments and refinements listed here, and other improvements not on this list, 2018 diversion data still may not fully reflect current year demands, particularly storage demands that change based on hydrology and other factors. The quality controlled and adjusted 2018 diversion data set is still believed to be a good representation of demands during the irrigation season. For reasons associated with the storage season and possible land use practices changes, the Delta Watershed Emergency Regulation included a provision for requiring enhanced reporting of water diversion information to inform future curtailment decisions as an attempt at getting current year real-time demand data. Next slide, please. The Delta Watershed Emergency Regulation, effective August 19th, 2021, authorized the State Water Board to require water right holders and claimants with a total authorized face value or recent annual reported diversion amount of 1,000 acre-feet or greater to submit monthly reporting information, including prior diversion volumes and demand projections for subsequent months. However, these requirements are currently only being imposed on diversions of 5,000 acre-feet or greater annually. The purpose of the enhanced reporting provision is to collect as close as possible real-time information on actual recent prior diversions and projected demands for water under a diverter's water right or claim to better inform future demand assumptions and curtailments. The Division of Water Rights has started incorporating enhanced reporting data into the curtailment decision-making process. One way in which projected demands from the enhanced reporting submissions are being used to inform curtailment decisions are through watershed comparisons of projected demands submitted through enhanced reporting with the 2018 diversion data. Staff are evaluating if there are instances when projected demands by sub-watershed are significantly less than demand values from 2018 to determine if changes to the demand data set or curtailments should be considered. I will now hand it over to my colleague, Lauren Adams, who will provide a further breakdown of the enhanced reporting information we received and how it's being incorporated. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lauren Adams. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Rights. I will present more information about the enhanced reporting and some possible ways forward for characterizing Delta watershed demand in the future. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So there are several ways the enhanced reporting data is being used. It is being used as supporting information to investigate finer resolution inquiries, particularly those that require spatially explicit information by point of diversion, or water rights and claimants that report water diversion under contract, as well as water ID. Data checks against SB 88 information and for compliance purposes are also occurring. Just keep it on this slide. Thanks. One major obstacle to using the enhanced reporting is the submission rate. 734 water rights and claims are required to submit enhanced reporting of both prior and projected information. The figure here displays enhanced reporting submitted about prior information, specifically about diversions that occurred in 2021 that were reported in enhanced reporting. The blue bars in this figure show the percentage of those 734 water rights and claims that submitted enhanced reporting for their prior activity for the time period specified on the x-axis. Orange bars in this figure are the submission rates after submissions were QA/QC'd for data entry errors. The QA/QC identifies and flags data entry errors made when entering water right IDs and POD IDs associated with the enhanced reporting data submissions. So we can identify under which water right ID and under which POD ID information is being reported. For example, the QA/QC flags water right IDs that entered leading S's or A's in their unique water right ID as a lowercase letter and corrects them to be capital letters. It flags accidental O's and readjusts them to be zeros. And diversion volumes reported in CFS are converted to acre feet. Each month had about 5% of water right IDs that reported 2021 enhanced reporting data with data entry errors. So while submission rates decreased over the course of 2021, cleaning up the water right ID data fields identified that submission rates were artificially lower because of these reporting errors. Next slide, please. With some exceptions, water rights and claims that submitted any enhanced reporting for any month usually submitted all required enhanced reporting of every POD ID of their water right or claim. Subsequently, after QA/QC of the water right IDs and POD IDs, 2021 submission rates were roughly the same for enhanced reporting by POD ID as by water right ID. The same as the last figure. Here, the blue in this figure is the percentage of water rights and claims required to submit enhanced reporting that submitted their enhanced reporting without addressing any typos. Orange is the percentage of water rights and claims that submitted enhanced reporting by POD, including those with data entry errors. So one quick point of clarification here, the only water right or claim that can report activity under a POD ID is the water right or claim associated with that POD ID. Next slide, please. This slide shows the same information for the enhanced reporting of projected demands. As you can see, the compliance rate is around 50%, sometimes less, making use of this data difficult in the demand data set. However, this is still the most likely possible source at this time for representative data for this year, assuming compliance rates can improve and any data quality issues can be resolved. Next slide, please. Overall, the demand data set in its current state, as well as the enhanced reporting data, have both advantages and disadvantages. The bottom line is that in some ways, these data sets are the best available data we have. They are the repository of our historical record of diversions for water right holders and claimants in the Delta watershed. A downfall is that these records require QA/QC and that they are ungauged or at least not explicitly gauged as a repository of the gauged time series data like that required under SB 88. And there are cases where water right holders and claimants have reported or projected unauthorized diversions. The data is also hydrology dependent, so a water right or claimant positioned near a source in wet years may divert more flow than others under dry conditions, all of which can result in more or less reported diversions. The enhanced reporting offers a few advantages to data reported in the annual reports and supplemental statements of diversion of use. At least in recent months, the enhanced reporting has spatially explicit information relevant to this year. So unlike annual reports, for appropriative water right holders and pre-1914 water right claimants with multiple points of diversion, the location of a diversion is known. The enhanced reporting also includes release information and can provide insight into whether a water right holder or claimant did or projects that they will divert from a storage withdrawal from previous month's storage water or bypass flow. The enhanced reporting also includes schedule activities to support curtailment decisions. A limitation in the enhanced reporting is that it is only required of water right holders or claimants that either have or could make large diversions. This removes the burden for smaller water right holders and claimants that are less likely to have the technology and capital to complete complex reporting forms and who have less impact on Delta watershed supply. However, these large diverters constitute the majority of use in the watershed, so on an overall watershed basis, provide a representative data set. Next slide, please. There are several possible paths forward to estimate the demand that could be pursued in the future. Some potential alternatives that could be pursued with more time include: we could use the annual reports and supplemental statements of diversion and use of another recent year without much precipitation, either 2020 or 2021. It could be that neither of the years turn out to be analogs for whatever 2022 will bring. They each will have their own weather and demand patterns, and using the 2020 or 2021 data set will require additional QA/QC, and ultimately using 2021 is also limited due to curtailment effects that were in place. We could replace the demand data set with underlying rights and claims. However, these data would likely overestimate demand, specifically because permits represent maximal allowable diversions under an unperfected right, licenses represent maximum use, and statements of diversion and use are unverified claims. So significant additional QA/QC would be required. We are developing more refined modeling tools with spatially explicit land use patterns and gauge data, including for weather, stream flow, demand, diversion, and other information, complex system operations, and stream flow routing. However, development of these tools will still require more time and likely improved data. Lastly, we could possibly develop a new way of looking at curtailments in more of an allocation-based approach based on unavailable unimpaired flow. However, such an approach will require development. The board is interested in input on any of these possible alternative methods or other methods that could be used to best estimate demands for purposes of curtailment in the future. At this point, our plan is to continue to use the 2018 demand data with appropriate adjustments, given that this demand data set is representative of irrigation season demands and has undergone significant QA/QC, as my colleague Rob previously described. I will now turn the presentation over to Matt Holland to provide a summary of return flows and other technical considerations.
Thank you, Lauren. Good morning. My name is Matt Holland, and I'm a program manager in the Division of Water Rights. I'll be providing a little more information about some of the items discussed by some of my colleagues earlier in the staff presentation, including return flows and supply within the Delta. Next slide, please. So I want to start out by reviewing how the water unavailability methodology accounts for return flows and how we derive the assumptions we've used to date. The methodology accounts for return flows on the demand side by scaling demands for direct diversion in the 4 subwatersheds shown in the map to the right by a demand factor. The factor is meant to account for the fact that on average, water diverted to consumptive uses is not fully consumed. Given the resolution of the methodology and the quality of data available, it's not feasible to calculate a unique factor for each water right. So we've calculated these factors for the Sacramento and San Joaquin watersheds based on results from CalSim 3, a hydrology and operations model that covers the geographic area of the methodology. The demand factors are calculated by first summing up all of the modeled return flows to surface water bodies on the valley floor of the watershed, and dividing that number by the sum of all diversions of surface water to all of the demands on the valley floor of that subwatershed. For example, if total return flows are 200,000 acre feet and total diversions are 1 million acre feet, then 20% of diverted surface water is assumed to return to the surface water of the watershed. The demand factor is just 1 minus the, sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulty here. Apologies. Please bear with me a moment. Sorry, I'm just having some difficulty with my notes. So the demand factor is 1 minus the decimal representation of this return flow factor, which in this case would be 80%. This is calculated at the watershed scale, so it's calculated for the Sacramento and the San Joaquin separately. And demand for diversion to storage is not scaled by the demand factor, which was enabled by the demand set disaggregation, which was discussed previously. Sorry, I'm going to need to take a few moments to collect myself. Give me a minute.
Can I suggest, I think we could skip forward in the presentation and move on to the regulation if Riley's available to speak to that. And then we can circle back to this return flow discussion if that works for others. How does that sound, Riley?
Yeah, that works to me. Tiffany, would you mind just advancing to the title slide for my part of the presentation? Perfect, thank you. So hello, my name is Riley Nolan. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Rights Drought Planning Unit. Today, I'll be presenting on the proposed readoption of the Emergency Curtailment and Reporting Regulation for the Delta Watershed. I will start off by covering the tentative process and timeline for readoption, along with an explanation of the proposed revisions to the emergency regulation. And I'll end with an overview of the upcoming opportunities for public comment and participation. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the Emergency Curtailment and Reporting Regulation for the Delta Watershed is comprised of sections 876.1, 877.1, 878 to 878.2, and 879 to 879.2 of Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations. Of these sections, several apply to multiple watersheds throughout the state, and several are specific to the Delta watershed. The sections that apply to multiple watersheds in the state were readopted by the State Water Board on May 10th as a part of the renewal of the emergency regulation for the Russian River watershed. These sections are subject to review by the Office of Administrative Law, or OAL, and could go into effect as early as late May, pending OAL approval. On April 19th, staff released a draft regulation text for the Delta-specific sections of the emergency regulation for a 1-month preliminary public comment period. And in late June, after incorporating public feedback received during this preliminary comment period, staff plan to release the complete proposed emergency regulation text, including both sections specific to the Delta watershed and sections affecting multiple watersheds, for public comment in advance of the board's consideration of the regulation at its July 19th meeting. Next slide, please. So to reiterate, while the sections that affect multiple watersheds were readopted at the board's May 10th meeting, staff planned to bring the entire regulation text, including, like I mentioned, both Delta-specific sections and those sections that affect multiple watersheds to the board for consideration in July. So that being said, interested parties in the Delta watershed will have additional opportunities to comment on the regulation sections affecting multiple watersheds prior to the board's consideration of the regulations for readoption in July. And I will provide some more specific details on upcoming opportunities for public comment in the coming slides. Next slide, please. Thank you. So staff have proposed several largely minor revisions to the Delta-specific sections of the emergency regulation. These include the expansion of data sources to be considered in assessing water right demand projections. So that includes annual diversion and use data, self-reported data from year 2021, along with demands reported in annual water master reports. It includes the deranking of supply forecast data sources, so between Bulletin 120 and daily full natural flow values from the California Nevada River Forecast Center. Another revision includes the elimination of deadlines to submit priority date corrections and proposals that curtailment is inappropriate. It also includes clarifying language regarding the submission of jointly developed alternative water sharing agreements. And finally, just updated references, updating outdated references and dates. So just to reiterate, all of these proposed revisions to the Delta-specific sections of the emergency regulation are posted on the Delta Drought webpage and available for public review and comment. Next slide, please. So I'll now give an overview of the tentative timeline, so for ongoing and future opportunities for public comment and participation in the regulation revision and readoption process. So starting with the current written comment period, beginning on April 19th, going to May 19th at 5 p.m., we'll be accepting written comments on regulation sections specific to the Delta watershed. Of course, today's workshop will also be an opportunity for interested stakeholders to provide oral comment on the Delta-specific sections of the emergency regulation. And as was mentioned earlier, tentatively between June 27th and July 8th, we will hold a written comment period for the entirety of the emergency regulation, including both Delta-specific reg sections and sections affecting multiple watersheds. And finally, of course, there will be additional opportunity for oral comment at the July 19th meeting, board meeting, where the emergency regulation will be considered for readoption. This does conclude my portion of the presentation. So I'll maybe check in with Molly and the rest of the group if we can circle back to Matt, but we might need some time to work out some technical difficulties.
I'm thinking now might be a good time to take our 10-minute break. And when we come back, we can check in with Matt, see if he wants to follow up on some of the things that he was covering, and then we can get into the public comment portion of the workshop.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Molly. Yep.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no problem. So it is 10:53. Let's come back at 11:03 or 4. So we will see you all then. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to pop back over to Matt Holland, who's going to pick up where he left off, and then we'll move into our public comment presentations.
Great, thanks, Molly. And again, I'm Matt Holland. I'm a program manager in the Division of Water Rights, and apologies for the difficulties earlier. I was relying a little bit too much on my prepared remarks, and they disappeared before my eyes. So now we're back to it, so I can provide you a clear and cogent presentation of the information. So I'm just going to go back to where I started and start by reviewing how the water unavailability methodology accounts for return flows and how we derive the assumptions we've used to date. So as I mentioned earlier, the methodology accounts for return flows on the demand side by scaling demands for direct diversion in the 4 subwatersheds shown on the map to the right by a demand factor. That demand factor is meant to account for the fact that on average, water diverted to consumptive uses is not fully consumed. Now, given the resolution of the methodology and the quality of the data available, it's not feasible to calculate a unique factor for each water right. So we've calculated these factors for the Sacramento and San Joaquin watersheds based on results from CalSim-3, which is a hydrology and operations model that covers the geographic area of the methodology. These demand factors are calculated by first summing up all of the modeled return flows to surface water bodies on the valley floor of the watershed and dividing that number by the sum of all diversions to surface water to all of the demands on the valley floor of that watershed. For example, if total return flows are 200,000 acre feet and total diversions are 1 million acre feet, then 20% of the diverted surface water is assumed to return to the surface water of the watershed. The demand factor is just 1 minus the decimal representation of that return flow factor, so in this case, 0.8 or 80%. To date, we've used demand factors calculated from model results for critically dry years, such as 2014 and 1976. In those years, modeled return flows are similar to wetter years, but surface water deliveries tend to be lower with a balance of demand made up from groundwater. Thus, the demand factors calculated for critical years scale demand down more than factors calculated on the basis of model results for wetter years. These factors are calculated on a monthly timescale consistent with the time step of CalSim and of the methodology. Finally, now that the demand data set has been disaggregated into direct diversions and diversions to storage, demand factors are only applied to direct diversion demands, whereas previously they were applied to diversions to storage as well. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to move on to talk a little bit more about some of the reasons why we might consider changes to the return flow assumptions in the methodology, including features of drought years in general and this year in particular. First, return flows are distributed throughout the watershed and in general are ungauged. Although there are gauges in some key locations, they're inconsistent in space and time and aren't sufficient to provide a real-time measurement of return flows in each watershed. Some of the available data suggests that actual return flows are much lower in critical years than in other years. So the demand reductions associated with critical year demand factors may in fact be too large, as was suggested last year by Reclamation and some water users. Furthermore, the extremely low storage conditions in Shasta Reservoir this year have led to unprecedented low supplies for the Sacramento River settlement contractors. Thus, substantial changes to land use along the Sacramento River are expected, including large reductions in rice acreage. Combined with increased incentives to conserve available water and recapture return flows, we can expect that return flows in the Sacramento Valley will be even lower during the current irrigation season than in recent drought years. So the following slides contain a little further analysis of the CalSim-3 model results that we've used to calculate return flow factors for the methodology, as well as some historical data that may inform how we may account for the unusual conditions we're experiencing this year. Next slide, please. The graph on this slide summarizes the CalSim-3 model diversions and return flows within the Sacramento Valley by month during the irrigation season for 2 different categories of land use. There's a lot of information here, so I'm going to start by walking everybody through how the data are broken up and summarized. First of all, we've broken land use for the CalSim demand units into rice-dominated and not rice-dominated categories. Rice-dominated simply means that according to the CalSim land use assumptions, more than half of the applied water demand in that demand unit goes to rice. Not rice-dominated is everything else, including urban demands. By volume of total diversions, the rice-dominated lands are comprised mostly of Sacramento River settlement contractors and Feather River service area users. These users have settlement contracts or agreements with the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project and generally have the most senior water rights and claims of right in the Sacramento watershed. Next, I want to point out that these are box plots, which represent the full range of observed values as the extent of the vertical whiskers, the 25th and 75th percentiles as the bottom and top of the box respectively, and the median as the bold horizontal line within each box. The main takeaway from this slide is that the total volumes of diversions and return flows associated with rice-dominated and not rice-dominated uses are broadly comparable, but the monthly timing of diversions and return flows differ substantially between these two categories. Next slide, please. So in particular, and this is just the same information that was on the previous slide, but I've circled a couple of points to draw your attention. So in particular, the diversion pattern for rice-dominated demand units increases rapidly between April and May, and there are dual peaks in return flows during May and September. In rice-dominated demand units, the September return flow peak exceeds diversions, which reflects the draining of rice fields in preparation for harvest at the same time that irrigation demands are decreasing for all crops. In contrast, areas that are not dominated by rice show a more typical agricultural demand pattern, increasing more gradually to a peak in July with generally less month-to-month variation in return flow volumes. The final thing I want you to take away from this slide is that the total return flows modeled in the Sacramento Valley are about 200,000 acre-feet per month in June and July. I want you to keep that number in mind when we look at some gauge data after a couple more slides. Next slide, please. So this slide just translates the information on the previous slide into return flow as a percent of diversion. The dashed blue line was drawn at 30%, and for the most part, return flows hover around 20 to 30% throughout the irrigation season. But in rice-dominated areas, they jump to over 100% of diversions in September. In the aggregate, this results in a very small demand factor and a low likelihood of curtailment in the Sacramento watershed during September. Given that we expect a substantial reduction in rice acreage during the current irrigation season, it's worth examining how this pattern compares with recent historical data and considering how we might modify return flow assumptions, particularly during the latter part of the irrigation season. Next slide, please. So as discussed previously, return flows are distributed throughout the watershed and are poorly gauged in general. However, there are a limited number of locations in the watershed that have good gauge records and are likely to be dominated by return flows from rice-dominated regions during the irrigation season. Two such locations are shown on this map. There's one on the Colusa Basin drain near Highway 20. That's the point labeled CDR, which is the CDEC code for that station. And the other is Butte Slough near Meridian, which is labeled BSL on the map. I'm going to consider these gauges as index locations that should in principle capture the temporal patterns of return flows from rice-dominated areas, with a caveat that these locations do not capture return flows exclusively, nor do they capture all return flows in their respective basins. Next slide, please. So with those caveats, let's take a look at the flows at these locations. First, I want to point out that now, instead of looking at diversions and return flows, we're looking at flows in these channels during different sets of years. The reddish boxes show most of the years in the 20-year period from 2001 to 2021. Green shows 2014 and 15. And finally, the little dashes on the right side of each cluster of boxes represent 2021. These locations show some of the features that we might expect from the model results we looked at previously. There's some evidence of a late season peak in return flows, though it occurs earlier than calcium indicates, starting in August and receding in September. Next, at least on the Colusa Basin drain, the peak flows in August are approximately double the June-July values, which is similar to the relationship between June-August values and the September peak in the calcium results. The next point is that the flows in these channels have been substantially lower during recent severe drought years than the rest of the record, with 2021 flows typically lower than observed in 2014 and 2015. Finally, focusing on the return flows observed in a typical year, the June-July flows between these two locations total something on the order of 50,000 acre-feet per month, which is something like 20 to 25% of the total return flow values that we saw for these months in the calcium model a few slides back. I mentioned this to point out that to the degree that the flows in these channels are primarily made up of return flows during the height of the irrigation season, they do account for a decent portion of the total modeled return flows in the watershed, though by no means the majority. Next slide, please. So in summary, there are two main takeaway messages from the preceding analysis of calcium results and historical flows at these index locations. First, the modeled return flows in the Sacramento Valley are dominated by rice operations in September and likely too concentrated in that single month. Second, the modeled return flow volumes are likely too high in light of both historical data from severe drought years and anticipated changes to land use by Sacramento River settlement contractors this year. These observations suggest some potential modifications to Sacramento Valley return flows in the methodology. First, it may be appropriate to spread the modeled September return flow peak over August and September to better reflect historical patterns of rice operations. Second, to reflect the changes in land use by Sacramento River settlement contractors, we could consider scaling the modeled late season return flows used in the calculation to better reflect land use, actual land use for this irrigation season. This could be accomplished by a weighted average of Sacramento and Feather Basin return flow values, or of rice-dominated and non-rice dominated land use categories. Third, we could consider modification of demand factors informed by enhanced monitoring of actual return flows in key locations. Finally, as with the other topics we've discussed today, board staff are of course interested in receiving further input on these options or other modeling tools, monitoring, or analysis that could inform the representation of return flows in the methodology. Next slide, please. The final topic that I'm going to address briefly is Delta water supply. We have no new analysis to present at this time related to Delta water supply or Appendix D to the methodology report. Thus, for the time being, any Delta curtailments will continue to be determined on a monthly timescale consistent with the latest revision of the report, as Jesse referenced earlier. That said, staff are performing additional technical analyses to assess whether any changes to the current approach should be adopted later in the irrigation season or next year, should drought conditions persist. Finally, as with the other technical topics discussed today, staff remain receptive to constructive technical input to inform the determination of available water supply in the Delta. That completes my portion of the presentation, and since we took it out of order, that completes the staff presentation in general. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Matt. Glad we were able to hear the information that you were here to share. And now we're going to go ahead and proceed with our public comment period. So we're going to start with a couple of presentations. And the first is going to be from Janice Wu from California Department of Water Resources. So Janice, I will go ahead and give you permission to speak here. And Tiffany is going to present your slides. So you can let her know when you'd like to go to the next slide. And after Janice, oh, sorry, just real quick, Adam Nichols from the Bureau of Reclamation will speak next, followed by Alex Rabideau from Solano County Water Agency. All right, take it away, Janice.
Thank you. My name is Janice Wu. I'm a senior water resources engineer with the Department of Water Resources. I'd like to first thank the board for the opportunity to provide comments to help ensure that the curtailment approaches are appropriate and effective. The department appreciates the board's effort to implement curtailment to protect precious water resources in time of extreme drought conditions. With that, I'm going to share the department's observation and comments for the methodology. Next slide, please. This is an overview of DWR's comments on the methodology. We do not think the water unavailability methodology is applicable to SWP because SWP demand is not equal to diversion. The March and April curtailment to SWP water rights this year did not make water available for other users or provide any material benefits. It reduced SWP operational flexibility while SWP was meeting the standards. DWR respectfully requests that the board do not curtail SWP water rights in the Delta watershed when no non-project water rights are curtailed and the projects are meeting operative water quality objectives. Next slide, please. Here's a snapshot of the methodology visualization tool. To determine water availability, the methodology compares water supply conditions against assumptions for demand. Water supplies are based on natural flow forecasts, which is shown as the red line in this sample graph. For demand data, the methodology relies on past diversion data from 2018, which was a below normal year. It includes direct diversion and diversion to storage data from the water right holders' annual reports to the board. They're represented by this stacked bar consisting of blocks of water rights with different priorities. From bottom to top are the rights with highest priority to more junior priority. From riparian rights in dark blue and appropriative rights in gray. In recognition of area of origin, the projects are assumed by the board to have the most junior rights in the Delta watershed, and therefore placed at the top of this bar, shown as the light blue block. That means there's no water diverters behind the projects. In this sample graph, the supply line is lower than the top of the demand bar. Based on this, the methodology determines that there's sufficient supply to meet all of the non-project demands, but supply is insufficient to meet all of the project's demand. That's based on 2018 diversion data. The portion above the red line is assumed to be a met project demand. Based on this analysis, a subset of the relatively junior project rights is to be curtailed. Next slide, please. And that was what happened in March and April. From March 2nd to April 11th, the State Board curtailed a subset of SWP and CVP water rights based on the methodology analysis. For SWP, it includes these 3 listed water rights in the legal delta. During this time, no non-project water rights were curtailed. In-basin diverters were able to divert up to their demands. The projects managed operations to meet Delta standards. SWP was not releasing stored water for the most part, and Term 91 was not in effect. Next slide, please. Here are the impacts or non-impacts of the March and April curtailment to SWP water rights. As discussed earlier, the projects are assumed to have the lowest priority in the watershed, and there are no other water rights after the project. As such, the March and April curtailment did not make water available for senior rights. As indicated in this graph, water supply, or the red line, is sufficient to meet all in-basin users' demand. In this period, the projects managed operations to meet water quality objectives. The curtailment did not provide any material benefits. Because SWP is operated as a single coordinated project, curtailing a subset of SWP water rights reduced its operational flexibility to fulfill regulatory requirements. In particular, the curtailment to SWP's North Bay Aqueduct permit 17514A has caused significant health and safety concerns. The details of local impacts will be presented by Solano and NAPA agencies after DWR's presentation. Next slide, please. The projects are responsible for meeting Delta water quality and flow standards pursuant to Water Right Decision 1641 through the Coordinated Operation Agreement. Therefore, the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan effectively curtails the projects during dry conditions without the board's further action. These are unique regulatory responsibilities for the projects that no other water right holders have. For most water right holders, their diversions without curtailment are equal to their demand. For SWP, diversion is not equal to demand. In dry condition, SWP is limited by available water supply and does not divert up to its demand. Let's use this sample graph to illustrate this concept. When water supply is sufficient to meet all in-basin water right holders' demand, the red line is above the gray blocks. The projects only divert to the amount of available water supplies and will not exceed the red line. When water supply is insufficient to meet all in-basin water right holders' demand, which means the red line is below the top of the gray blocks, the projects will not be diverting and will be releasing stored water instead. Currently, the methodology does not recognize these unique regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. In this slide, we'll use historical SWP diversion data to illustrate how the Water Quality Control Plan effectively curtails SWP diversions. The columns in this graph represent SWP diversions in Oroville and the Delta from the past 10 water years under 5 SWP water rights listed here. Different colors of the columns represent different water year types. From left to right, green columns represent diversions in wet years, yellow for below normal years, orange for dry years, and red for critical years. We did not have above normal years in the past 10 years. The water years are sorted by the amount of total diversions in that year. From left to right are the water years with higher diversions to lower diversions. As you can see, the highest diversions occurred in wet years in a range of 4 to 5 million acre-feet. As hydrological condition becomes drier, the amount of diversions goes down. On the right-hand side, in critical years 2014 and 2021, total diversions were reduced to below 1 million acre-feet. Also know that in below normal and dry years that are shown in the middle, there is no board-imposed curtailment. The reduction in diversion was not due to reduced demand or curtailment. Instead, it was due to limited water supplies and the responsibilities to meet all regulatory requirements. It shows that SWP was operating under a restricted diversion level in all but the wettest years. In the next 2 slides, we're going to show how historical diversion data does not accurately represent real-time SWP demand. Next slide, please. First, let's compare SWP diversions in Oroville and Delta between year 2018 and year 2022. These are 2 years with different water year types. 2018 was a below normal year, and the methodology relies on 2018 diversion data as demand. 2021 was a critical year, which had the same water year type as 2022. For SWP, the total diversion in 2018 was much larger than 2021. However, the March and April curtailment of SWP water rights was based on the 2018 diversion data in those 2 months. If you compare the combined diversions in these 2 months between 2018 and 2021, 2018 diversion was about 1.1 million acre-feet, larger than that of 2021. It shows that it is not appropriate to estimate SWP demand in critical year 2022 by using historical data with dissimilar hydrological conditions. That means 2018 diversion data the methodology relies on likely overestimated SWP diversions in a critical year like 2022. Again, SWP diversion is not equal to its demand, but it is limited by available supply. Next slide, please. Now, what about the years with similar hydrological conditions? Will it be accurate to use past data from the same water year type to estimate SWP demand? This graph shows that the answer is no. We compare monthly diversions of SWP in Oroville and Delta among 3 critical water years, 2014, 15, and 21. The columns represent diversions and the lines represent a river runoffs. As shown, diversions in a particular month may vary significantly between these drought years. This is mostly due to variable runoffs from year to year. Let's use water year 2015 as an example, shown in black. The height of the black columns generally follows the black line. That means that diversions increased when runoffs increased and decreased when runoffs went down. And the same trend for the other two drought years. Now let's focus on the month of December. In December of water year 2015, there was high precipitation. The diversion was much higher than water years 2014 and 2021 in that month. Even though all 3 years are critical years, it will not be accurate to use any year's monthly diversion to estimate diversion in other years. Again, it shows that past diversion does not accurately represent real-time SWP demand. Therefore, the demand assumptions of the methodology are not applicable to SWP. Next slide, please. The department noted that the board has released several refinements to the methodology in April. One of them is to consider using the projected demand data from enhanced reporting form. Board staff will compare to see if the 2018 diversion data overestimates the projected demand. The department would like to point out that the instruction of this form specifies assumption of unlimited water supply. Based on this assumption, the projected demand data submitted for SWP will most likely be unrealistically high and significantly overestimates actual diversion. DWR does not recommend using SWP's projected demand under enhanced reporting. Next slide, please. This is our conclusion. The projects operate based on real-time hydrologic and water quality conditions. Historical diversions do not accurately represent real-time SWP demand. Overall, the methodology is not applicable to SWP. Next slide, please. With that, DWR respectfully requests that the board's determination of curtailment should recognize the unique regulatory requirements of the water quality control plan on the projects. DWR also requests that the board do not curtail SWP water rights in the Delta watershed when the projects are meeting operative Delta standards in real time and no other non-project water rights are curtailed. Referring to this visualization tool, we're asking the board not to curtail SWP rights when water supply is sufficient to meet all in-basin water holders' demand. This is when the red line is above the gray box, because we do not think it is appropriate or necessary. That concludes my presentation. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Great, thank you so much, Janice. Finished with 30 seconds left to spare. Next up, we're going to have Adam Nichols from the Bureau of Reclamation just to make some quick comments. So Adam, you should get a request to unmute yourself and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right. Hello, my name is Adam Nichols and I am the Division Chief for Reclamation's Resource Management Division and oversee the region's water rights and water contracts. I appreciate the tremendous amount of work in developing the water unavailability methodology to where it is today and the efforts by the board and the board staff. I would like to thank the board for providing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Reclamation and identify some refinements. Four changes would improve the existing curtailment methodology. First, curtailment determinations should be made in real time when possible, but may be informed by modeling or other information when real-time data is either not available or not appropriate. The use of historic data to inform what is happening to the river system does not always account for what is happening on the river today. We provided additional details in a September 9th, 2021 letter to the board and in comments to the board's 2021 board workshop on curtailment methodology. In October of 2021, the board's methodology indicated that September return flows would be in the system sufficient enough to warrant lifting curtailments, while Reclamation's real-time measuring on the system indicated that return flows were at or near zero. The board lifted the curtailment order in September on the Sacramento River based on historic data, not real-time conditions, which Reclamation which caused Reclamation to modify system operations to meet demands of junior users. We are happy to hear that the board is taking on this in their assessment of water availability methodology and are available to assist. We employ technicians trained in flow measurement and stand ready to support the board to help measure flows on the Sacramento River in any location and assess real-time conditions. Secondly, we agree with DWR that the projects have a special relationship with water management in the state and with the board. Through D1641, the board expected the projects to meet the conditions in the Delta, regardless of other diversions of water or water rights, effectively making the projects the backstop for protecting Delta conditions. Dry and critical year requirements in D1641 often require Reclamation and DWR to release the previously stored water to now serve in the backstop role. The projects requested a TUCP and the board granted a TUCO to protect storage needed for meeting Delta conditions throughout the year. No other diverter shares the responsibility. Therefore, we do not agree that the projects should be curtailed in the same manner that as other water diverters. We request that the board consider our arrangements when making decisions to curtail. Our third point is the need for straightforward, well-defined process documenting and incorporating voluntary actions that water users may take to reduce their own diversions to meet goals and objectives prescribed by the board. The actions provide public benefits like public health and safety water, temperature management for fish and wildlife, and drought resiliency. Expecting subsequent burdensome administrative processes to avoid losing the potential public benefits through increased diversions by more junior water right holders does not foster collaboration. Fourth and lastly, CVP return flows remain under the dominion and control of the Bureau of Reclamation, as it is water developed by the project and is used for CVP purposes, including meeting our commitment to Delta conditions. Our September 9th, 2021 letter to the board and previous comments provide additional details. We'd be happy to talk further on how to recognize our return flows. In closing, we recognize that DWR is supporting a methodology that would function similar to a Term 91. We believe such a methodology is a step forward in the right direction if consistent with these comments and our collaborative efforts to meet our collective goals and objectives while protecting the projects. Again, thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, great. Thank you, Adam. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next presentation. If we could get the slides going. All right, I'm going to go ahead and ask Joy and Alex to unmute themselves, who are going to be presenting tandem.
All right, well, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to present to the state board staff. And today, really, I'll be presenting comments really on behalf of about 10 public agencies in the Napa and Solano region, really representing the Bay Delta counties. Next slide, please. So today we're actually going to have two speakers, myself, Alex Rabu from the Solano County Water Agency, and then we're going to have Joy Eldridge from the City of Napa, who's the Deputy Utilities Director. And really our goal is really to share with the state board, again, some of the background on the North Bay Aqueduct community, some of the topics that we have some recommendations or thoughts on for topics 2, 4, and 8, and then really share some testimonial from some of the impacts associated with some of the March 2022 curtailments on the state water project, and then finally to round things out with some recommendations. So with that, next slide, please. So So to give a little bit of background, the North Bay Aqueduct actually serves both Napa and Solano County. It serves a population of over 500,000 people, and it really is a municipal and industrial source water. So this is not used for ag. It really is really providing for drinking water and water for businesses and industries in both Napa and Solano County. It serves all of our large major metropolitan areas within Napa and Solano, and it really is a pretty pivotal part of our water supply. Next slide, please. So one of the aspects we really wanted to share with the state board is, again, some of the human and health safety standards that the board has incorporated really talk about residential impacts, but they really don't talk about, again, the needs for commercial, industrial, as well as institutional needs. And these are really critical when you start thinking about it. Within Napa and Solano, we have major industries such as the Vallejo refinery in Benicia, with gas prices the way they are. I mean, obviously impacting a major refinery is a big deal. We have major distribution facilities with Amazon and Coca-Cola, Jelly Belly, Genentech, Anheuser-Busch, Six Flags theme park, and Napa and Solano also provide the backstop for some of the most affordable housing and new affordable housing within the Bay Area. So it's really important to recognize some of these ramifications. We also have a variety of regional hospitals, over 120 schools within our region, police and fire stations. We also have one of the largest military bases with Travis Air Force Base in Solano County. We have airports, waste diversion facilities, as well as PG&E facilities. And so really the aspect we want to share with the state board is that, again, residents and industry is really a pivotal part in Napa and Solano County, especially with the Travis Air Force Base, as well as Napa Valley with over 4 million visitors locally coming in to visit the Napa Valley across the US. So again, it's really important to recognize that you have residential needs, but you have major industry and institutions served in particular within the Napa Solano region. Next slide, please. So to give a little bit of background on the North Bay Aqueduct, again, this is really the backstop of water supply, of urban water supply within our counties. So the North Bay Aqueduct is actually part of the State Water Project, which we heard from DWR just a little bit earlier, but the NB is only 2% of the State Water Project. So it's, again, something that many folks may actually never hear because, again, we're pretty small in the context of the larger State Water Project. However, locally, the NBA provides anywhere from 25 to 100% of a region's drinking water supply. So it's a really big deal when you start curtailing M&I systems. This has a really major ramification on the safety of drinking water for our region. Another important aspect to point out is that the NBA is an on-demand system. It's a pressurized pipeline that's been in existence for over 40 years, and there's no local storage. It's not how the system was ever designed. There's no major reservoirs. Solano County doesn't have the geology to support such things. And so again, it's a 27-mile pipeline extending from Barker Slough Pumping Plant in the North Delta, the Cache Slough Complex, traversing across Solano County, serving our various urban cities, and then with pipelines from the Cordelia Pumping Plant in Fairfield over to serve Vallejo, Benicia, and Napa County. So it's really important to recognize that, again, when curtailments are implemented, it really affects us in real time, instantaneous impact on our municipal systems. Next slide, please. One of the things, and again, I think you heard a lot of this from both Department of Water Resources as well as the Bureau of Reclamation, is that the State Water Project and also the Central Valley Project are really self-curtailing projects. And this is very unique. This is not typical for most water right holders. And this is really, again, that demands do not equal diversions. There's actually quite a bit of again, difference there. Over to the right, I have 10 years of allocation. This is Table A, what's called Table A allocations for the State Water Project. And over the last 10 years, allocations have averaged about 35%. So that is, again, we may have a water right up to a certain amount, but again, the region collectively across the State Water Project has only received on average about 35%. And in 2022, it's 5%. So it's really important to recognize that these are massively curtailed water projects, and in particular, really talking about the State Water Project. Again, folks have talked about Decision 1641, that again, these projects already have regulatory standards for meeting delta outflow and are really, again, very unique, a pretty unique water right. One of the other aspects, what we'll talk a little bit, but not in the weeds, is that really it's important to be consistent with Term 91. This is, again, something that DWR and the Bureau have talked about. And again, it really applies to the State Water and Central Valley projects, as well as more recent water rights. Next slide, please. So one of the important aspects, again, that's pretty unique to the North Bay Aqueduct region is that really all of the Napa Solano region either drains directly into the Sacramento River or the Delta as really an in-basin use. But you also have, again, the other portions of Solano and Napa either drain directly into the Sassoon Marsh or the Carquinez Strait. So again, that's one of the aspects that the projects right now are considered, junior to every other water right, including all other in-basin uses. But the NBA is pretty unique in the fact that most of the region is actually already within the basin, arguably within the basin when you look at the Sassoon Marsh, or again, draining right into the Sassoon Marsh and nearby Napa River with the other portions of Napa County. So again, this is a very unique aspect that's really unique, I think, in particular for the Napa Solano region. Next slide, please. One of the other aspects, and again, I won't talk about this too much because, again, this was discussed earlier, but again, the state board is really looking at 2018 data to reflect 2022 conditions. And again, just looking at Table A allocations on the State Water Project, you had in 2018 over 1.5 million acre feet just on Table A. In 2022, it's 0.2 million acre feet. So there's a dramatic reduction already that we know is going to take place that DWR has already allotted to, and with similarity also on the Central Valley Project. It's also important to recognize that both urban and ag water users throughout California, not just on the state or Central Valley Project, but across the state, already report water use data. This data is submitted to DWR and the State Water Resources Control Board and multiple divisions of the state board. Data is submitted weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annually. Also, the users already submit management plans. This is both on the urban water management plan side as well as the ag water management plan that are updated every 5 years. So these are really good tools for the state board to consider moving forward to incorporate things like monthly forecasts or monthly demands for a variety of conditions. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Joy Eldridge from the city of Napa to really talk about some of the impacts from the M&I curtailments.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, hi, I'm Joy Eldridge, and I have responsible charge for a team of licensed professionals that work 24/7 to provide clean, safe, reliable drinking water to Napa and neighboring communities. It's very important in developing this methodology to understand that instantaneous curtailments really risk the safety, the reliability, the water quality, and therefore the public trust of Napa and Solano's municipal water purveyors. It's been mentioned the NBA is an on-demand facility. It makes us unique in that regard. And it's important to understand that potable drinking water systems, they're not like an electric utility where you just flip a switch to turn them on and off safely. They involve chemical feed systems, testing to ensure the water is safe at all times, and that's required to protect public health. These are live systems that are under pressure at all times. The distribution pipe networks that convey water to people's homes and businesses and residents, they're under pressure conveying water 24 hours a day. In that, redundant supplies are necessary because emergencies happen. Distribution systems are composed of hundreds of miles of pipes. They're set up to rely on multiple water supply sources. So a water main break in one location can be repaired and water can feed from the other direction so that customers do not see a loss of supply or a depressurization of the system. A depressurization results in boil water notice and absolute disruption to the community. Right? I'll say it again, the pipe network has to remain pressurized at all times. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, this list is composed of real situations in the Napa and Solano area that occurred over the last 8 years. These were the state and federally declared disasters. And there's a lesson learned in every one of these emergency management situations. In all crises, communities need water. Whether it's fighting structure fires in the critical minutes after an earthquake, the South Napa earthquake occurred at 3:20 in the morning. There isn't time for coordination at that hour. Or it could be struggling for weeks with fires and the threat of shifting winds ravaging our residences on our border. In 2020, the glass fire, we had access issues for fuel and chemical deliveries to our other water supply and treatment plant. It limited our use of that supply, and we relied very heavily on the NBA to feed our system. That would have been a very different scenario had we been under a curtailment situation. The city of Benicia, just this past weekend, experienced a major transmission main leak, and they now are also, luckily the curtailment is lifted at this time, but that could be devastating for such a community. The safety and security of our communities relies on a reliable and a resilient, pressurized water supply system, especially in times of crisis. If infrastructure is compromised, these multiple water sources are imperative. Next slide, please. So as written, the human health and safety standard as proposed does not allow for safe and reliable operation of our systems. It jeopardizes really, actually, first of all, to require all other sources to be exhausted first. It's inherently flawed. As I mentioned, multiple sources are needed to keep a system safe and secure. It jeopardizes the reliability and the ability to keep portions of the systems pressurized. Loss of multiple feeds, it would be disastrous if there's routine pipeline repair needs or even an issue with a treatment plant. The broad brush concept of 55 gallons per capita per day, we strive towards that. We've been making great gains in our area, but it doesn't account, it's really a residential baseline. It doesn't account for the commercial and industrial and institutional users that are integral parts of these communities. Alex listed them earlier, but to think of airports not having water, correctional facilities, big manufacturers, Coca-Cola and Genentech, even police and fire stations need to be accounted for because they are water users. Each community is different. And one of our communities in the Napa area, it's estimated that 30% of its demands are derived from commercial and institutional uses. Next slide, please. So the NBA curtailments, really, they penalize this region by restricting access to our conserved water. As shown with what we've used over the past years with respect to our state water supplies, we've worked really hard and have been very aggressive with our water conservation efforts. The Napa Solano region uses our existing supplies in a careful, judicious manner, often being able to store for future years, just like 2022. Each year we plan and we calculate the use of our local supplies and balance them with our system needs so that we can maintain pressure throughout the year. As Janice of DWR had showed, the State Water Project is self-curtailing. In a year such as last year, this year, if we have a 5% allocation, we are taking extreme actions, working with our customers, reducing demands, and living within our means. This region, every entity has widespread conservation programs. They've resulted in a very educated customer base. And for example, our Cash for Gas programs, these are all geared towards that. What today is in drought times is considered extraneous. We've reduced our use for irrigation and outdoor landscaping. In Napa, for example, our demands today are at levels that they were in 1995, nearly 30 years ago. And so all the cities in the Napa Solano region are at minimum stage 1 and 2 conservation level now. And most cities are ahead of the March 28th executive order and 722 for implementation of conservation measures. And the data that we report proves that. Next slide, please. So I must reiterate the importance of maintaining pressure in a potable drinking water system. So it's inherent as a misunderstanding of the implications for the proposed action to this region. To increase the understanding, you see a basic map here that depicts the water system in Napa. We have a feed from the south and a feed from the north. Together, they result in reliability and redundancy of a potable water supply. When the NBA is down, which is near the city of American Canyon and south of the city of Napa on the map, when it goes down for routine maintenance, we plan for weeks. We have to prepare our system, we have backup plans, and we ensure that that outage is limited to very short terms because it adds risk to our system. Under these unprecedented curtailments that happened earlier this year, our communities lose reliability and redundancy of their potable water supply. Next slide, please. This slide shows what happens when Napa is under curtailment. At the bottom right, the red circle with the cross through it, that negates our North Bay Aqueduct water supply. As you can see where the X is, if there were a water main break, it essentially, all the areas in yellow would be cut off from water supply. This results in a boil water notice, interruption of service to customers. Per the State Board's Division of Drinking Water, it affects public health. In order to protect public health, it would require weeks of emergency operations in order to flush our water main lines, and that would send millions of gallons of water out without getting beneficial use of it. And really, this is unacceptable risk and a headline story that no entity should own. This can be avoided by implementing a policy that recognizes the state water project is a self-curtailing, calculated operation. So thank you for your consideration, and I will hand the microphone back to Alex for closing comments.
And next slide, please. So in summary, again, as Joy really alluded to in DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation, is that, again, the State Water Project as well as the Central Valley Project are self-curtailing projects. The State Water Project this year has an allocation of 5%. Demand really doesn't equal diversion, and that's really important to understand. As Joy really had talked about, again, the NBA, it's an on-demand M&I system for 500,000 people, residents, industries, and business. And really what we're asking is that the State Board to recognize the safety and the reliability of the region's drinking water. It really needs to be a top priority. It's really of paramount importance. You need redundant water supplies for critical and normal and emergency operations. That's just pivotal for day-to-day operations. Also, as Joy mentioned, you can't just flip a switch on a water treatment plant or miles and miles of distribution systems. Again, these are systems that take a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sampling to make sure, again, they're protecting public health. In the end, the NBA users, we're not asking for more water. We understand we're 3 years into a drought. We understand our allocation, but we simply want to use what little we have conservatively and predictably, really for the safety of our region. And again, I really want to highlight, and I think Joy did a really good job. Again, we're really asking for safety and reliability for our water systems. We really don't want to risk what happened with Flint, Michigan, where risk was put above public safety, risk and bureaucratic process. And we're certainly not saying the State Board is doing that. But again, it's really important that the State Board staff understand that, again, this puts a lot of risk unnecessarily for what's really, again, not very much saving or not really much outcome in the end. So again, we really want to emphasize that point. Next slide, please. So in total, again, kind of rounding things out, we'd certainly like the State Board staff to recognize that the State Water Project, it's already a self-curtailing project based upon the D1641 conditions and the Bay Delta plan. A term 91 approach, again, makes a lot of sense, again, using sort of existing regulatory processes already in place. The Napa-Sonoma region is unique in the sense that we're only 2% of the State Water Project. However, the region either drains as an in-basin use directly into the Sacramento River, into the legal delta, into the Sassoon Marsh, or into the Napa River. So that's very unique, actually, aspect of the Napa-Sonoma region. And we also are an on-demand system. There's no local storage, so curtailments have an instantaneous impact to our region. One of the recommendations we have is again, depending on how the State Board goes about, having a more flexible water accounting. The NBA was put in this situation because we couldn't access, because of Lake Oroville operations, stored or carry over water within Lake Oroville. This is really a bureaucratic issue, and certainly something that, again, more flexibility is needed, so that doesn't put people's safety above process. Really looking at these exemptions for M&I users, again, that the current human and health safety standards that the State Board has laid out really doesn't support safe, reliable water operations. It really only puts things into a reactive emergency crisis mode. And that's, again, not helpful. That's not safe for anybody. Really, it's important to have redundant, safe, reliable systems. Another thought is, again, having, again, predictable 7 to 14-day off ramps. Again, depending on how the State Board looks at curtailments, at least providing 1 to 2 weeks to, again, off ramp systems. That still doesn't address, again, some of the issues with the distribution system, but certainly, again, it's one approach of many. Also, we really recommend that, again, that the State Water Resources Control Board really look at current water demand data. Again, right now, the State Board's looking at 2018 demands, which we know are really not accurate. Both Department of Water Resources and the State Water Resources Control Board already actually require data from a weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annual basis from cities and agriculture. So again, using this data again in systems that are easy to use, user-friendly on both a local entity as well as the state standpoint really makes a lot of sense. And again, the data is actually already out there and being reported. Also utilizing existing urban and ag water management plans. These are actually already being done by all of the large urban areas and large ag users within the region, actually across the state. These plans are continuously updated. A lot of effort is put into these. And so again, there would be opportunities again to look at annual and even monthly forecasts again putting into these plans. So with that again, we can certainly all wish for a little bit of snow. Obviously, we're at the end of our season, but most importantly, we really thank you and to the State Board staff for seeking local and regional input. And thank you so much, and that concludes our presentation.
All right. I believe there's some content there that requires response by staff, so I'm going to pass it to Riley, who's going to lead our response.
Thanks, Molly. Yeah, I think I'd just like to take the time to emphasize a recent revision to the emergency regulations that was adopted on Tuesday as a part of the global regulation sections that affect multiple watersheds in the state. I think one that is of particular interest will be 877.1 subdivision H2, which expands the allowable uses of water under the human health and safety exception to curtailment to any water use that's consistent with demand reduction actions required by the strictest stage of a supplier's water shortage contingency plan as a part of, I think, as you mentioned, urban water management plan. And those actions need to achieve at least a 50% reduction in water use. But if a water use is identified in that strictest stage of the contingency plan, it would be allowable under the human health and safety exception to curtailment as a part of this revision to the emergency regulation. So I just wanted to emphasize that that could certainly include commercial and industrial water as long as it's identified within that contingency plan. And I believe Diane Riddle had some other information to add on the diversion versus demand issue.
Thanks, Riley. One other thing to follow up on this health and safety related issue, we have discussed this matter with DWR, and there's also another avenue available in the emergency regulation. That's a request for the ability to divert more than 55 gallons per person per day. It requires approval. That approval can be obtained in advance. It could have been obtained, when the emergency regulations went into effect in August, and we've been talking about that issue with DWR for a while now. So I just want to point out that it doesn't have to be a reactive situation, that there is the ability to obtain a health and safety exception in advance. And we've received a number of those. We've approved them on a temporary basis, understanding that as we work through them, understanding that there is an immediate need for municipalities to have a reliable water supply. So I just want to emphasize that I think some of the concerns that you address, there are provisions in addition to the ones that Riley noted in the emergency regulation that allow us to avoid those types of issues. Relative to the issue of term 91, we did have a workshop in December. We did not necessarily get a lot of support for that concept. And I think you referred to using term 90, the existing term 91. The existing term 91 only applies to a very small subset of water users in the Delta watershed. So from the perspective of addressing the significant water supply shortages that we have in the Bay Delta watershed, that will only affect a very small group of users and is not adequate for purposes of addressing the shortages that we've experienced. In order, the concept that's been considered and was considered in that workshop in December was expanding that type of a concept. It would have to be modified to other users. Again, we didn't get a lot of supportive feedback at that time. It takes time to develop those types of concepts, but we do appreciate the feedback now. We would also need assistance from DWR and Reclamation in order to develop some of the data that's needed for that calculation. So happy to continue the coordination on that. Also happy to continue any coordination to explain the emergency regulation, the tools that are available in the emergency regulation. There are a variety of tools that can be utilized in addition to the health and safety exception. There are voluntary water sharing agreements and other provisions that provide flexibility, I think, to help to address the types of issues that that Solano and others have raised. The other issue I wanted to address related to water demands versus water diversions is, as Lauren and Rob of our staff pointed out in their presentation, it is a tricky issue for us that to differentiate between what is a diversion and what is a demand. A diversion really reflects the product of what is available. It doesn't account for what someone would take if a supply was available. So it doesn't necessarily reflect if you're projecting out whether there's supply available for someone or not. So what we would like to reflect is an understanding of what people want to take in our methodology versus what they actually can take because of limited supplies. I think that's the case with the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. Because they have this responsibility to meet standards, they were only able to take a certain supply. They may have a demand for a greater supply. So I just want to differentiate that those are different things. They make a difference in the curtailment assessment process, because if we assume lower diversions and someone's demand is actually larger and the supply turns out to be larger, then they're going to take more water and our curtailments are going to be off. So it's something that we've wrestled with. Term 91 type approaches are a possible mechanism to address that issue, but I just wanted to point out that difference. Again, we are looking for feedback on this issue, but some of these issues are a little nuanced. We're happy to discuss them further with folks and continue on the discussion of Term 91 or other methods that may be appropriate. With that, I will go ahead and finish there. We can continue the dialogue after the additional presentations. Thanks.
Okay, so since it's now 12:05 and we still have several speakers and presentations to get through when we get back, we'll go ahead and take a 30-minute lunch break right now. So it's 12:06. We will come back at 12:36. And I believe I put this in the chat, but our next speakers will be, we'll hear presentations from Susan Paulson, Nicholas Bonsignore, and Dante Nomolini. And then following that, we'll move to our speakers list. So enjoy your lunch. We will see you in half an hour. All right, folks, it is 12:36, so we're going to come on back and we're going to resume with our next presentation, which is going to be from Susan Paulson on behalf of the Byron Bethany Irrigation District. So Tiffany is going to share the slides. And let's see, I will go ahead and give Susan permission to speak. All right, you should get a notification, Susan.
All right, how's that?
Great, we can hear you.
Okay, I can't turn my camera on, I assume, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so go ahead and start. I will go ahead and start. Thank you very much. Let's see if we can move to the next slide. I'd like to talk a little bit about the water unavailability methodology as it applies within the Delta. And just briefly, Appendix D, which describes the methodology that is used in the Delta, is largely unchanged. So I'd just like to very briefly summarize the comments that we provided at the October workshop. And then I'd like to present the results of some modeling analyses that we did, essentially as an example or proof of concept, to show how some of the information that the state board has could be used to improve the methodology and make it a little bit more technically accurate. So next slide, please. When we presented in October, I believe it was, we shared some detailed slides and comments on the residence time and Delta methodology. And just to reiterate, I think that can be condensed into three major points. And one is that we do have a disagreement with state board staff in terms of the methodology that should be used and the conclusions that you draw from that. So our read of Appendix D in the state board's methodology talks, the methodology in that appendix describes an exchange time and concludes on that basis that a 1 month time step is appropriate for the methodology. Our concerns with that approach we have several, but briefly, we are concerned that it conflates tidal sloshing and the movement of water in and out of the Delta on the tides with residence time. And we would assert that the approach of breaking the Delta into 4 regions or using the box model that's described in that appendix is overly simplistic. There are also statements within Appendix D that imply that water is transferred directly from one region of the Delta to another. And, I think everybody agrees that that's a simplification, but we think that there are better methods and tools available to analyze those interconnections and those flows. So we also presented our separate analysis, and we used 3 different methods. We used a simplified method that looks at the volume of the Delta and the net flows in or the net flows out. We used DSM-2 for observed conditions that were available at that point in time. And we examined prior work performed by DWR, for example, the analyses that they did using the particle tracking module. And all of these approaches lead to the conclusion that the residence time is longer in dry conditions than it is in wet conditions, and that it's on the order of 2 to 3 months. So our conclusion based on that is and was that the methodology in Appendix D is technically flawed and should not be used for curtailment decisions. Next, please. So this is also a slide, I think we used this exact slide in the October presentation, but we noted at the time that the state board presented the figure that's shown on the right, that's figure 7 from Appendix D, that shows inflows of native water and project water into the legal Delta for the May to July 2021 time period. And we noted that we have tools such as DSM-2 that can be used to simulate the fate of this water within the Delta. And, it's a very well-calibrated, accepted, widely used model. So what we did was take this model and use it to simulate the fate of these flows in inflows to the Delta and track their movement throughout the Delta. So next slide, please. And I'm sorry, one further. So this is an example analysis. After the October hearing, we obtained an updated spreadsheet from State Water Board staff. That spreadsheet was called Delta Water Balance 10-20-21. It was an Excel file, and it included stored water project flows and native water or natural flows into the Delta. And what we've done here is just to create a plot that shows the full time series of these data that we received from the State Water Board. So we used this information as input to the DSM-2 model. And a couple of notes, prior to May 1st, when these data start, we assumed that all of the water in the Delta and the inflows to the Delta were native flows. And we stopped the simulation when these data stop. It's very important to note that we have not independently checked the analysis of stored or native water. We did do a quick comparison to see if the inflows here matched the flows that are reported on CDEC, and they're similar, but there are some differences. So we haven't tracked that down. That's why, we put this forward as an example of what we think can and should be done in order to evaluate the fate of water within the Delta. So the next slide shows the results. And I'm sorry, this is one more slide on methodology. We used DSM-2 version 8.2.1. We used observed data for river flows, except for the period where we had the information that I showed on the prior slide from the State Water Board. We used observed data for the tides and for gate and barrier configurations. DSM-2 also simulates diversions and return flows within the Delta. To our knowledge, these aren't publicly available yet for the current time period. So we used data from 2015 to 2016, which was a critically dry period as well. Next slide, please. And let's hope this works. This slide, it works. This slide shows a simulation. Let me just take a minute to orient you as it plays. So in the top left, you see the time frame for the native and stored water inflows to the Delta. In the Sacramento River on the top panel, and the scale is from 0 to 9,000 CFS. And in the San Joaquin River on the bottom panel, same scale. And the native water is shown in dark blue, and the project water is shown in sort of the aqua color. And again, we assumed only native water before May 1st, and we stopped the simulation at October 1st, 2021, when the State Board's data end. So what you see is a pie chart for a few different locations throughout the Delta. You can see at the start of this simulation that the bulk of the water at each of these locations is native water. And as time proceeds, you can see the movement of the stored water, the aqua color, deeper into the Delta. And you can see a very strong signal of stored water, project water, on the rivers, the Sacramento River, and then in the South Delta toward the San Joaquin side. And you can also see a pretty strong signal of the ag return flows in the central portions of the Delta. If you focus on Clifton Court forebay, you can see that the fraction of stored water inside the forebay reaches about 32 or 33%. That's the maximum value toward the end of the simulation. And the bulk of the water that's present behind the gates inside Clifton Court forebay is a combination of native water and ag return flows. So next slide. We also did the same thing, but we showed the difference between the Sacramento River native and project flows and the San Joaquin River project and native flows. And this is the exact same data, but here we've just changed the color scheme so that we're showing those two sources independently. So again, as a function of time, you can see project water from the San Joaquin side move through the South Delta. Very little of it makes it out toward the bay. And you can see that Sacramento River water, both native and project water, flows in through the Delta, mixes throughout the Delta, and into, for example, behind Clifton Court forebay. One note that I want to make again here is that we have not independently checked the State Board's spreadsheet that describes the native and the project inflows. And we note that San Joaquin River project water may be abandoned water once it hits Vernalis. So if we move then to the next slide condenses all of this information. And each day within our simulation period is essentially a vertical line. And we're showing all of the sources of water. So there's on the left, it's the native water in dark blue, project water in aqua, ag return flows in sort of the salmon or orangey color, and then all other flows. So that would be east side streams and bay water as the whitish or light gray color at the top of the chart. And what you can see is that it takes the project water quite a while to reach Clifton Court Forebay. The peak concentration of project water in this simulation period was about 32%. And on the right-hand side, you can see the same thing, but broken out into the different water sources. And again, for Clifton Court Forebay, clearly the bulk of the water that's present there is from the Sacramento River, smaller portions from the San Joaquin River, and a pretty significant contribution of ag flows as well. So what we conclude from this is that we clearly have the tools to be able to simulate the fate of stored water in the Delta, and residence time matters. It takes quite a bit of time for project water that enters the Delta to flow to some of the diversion and export locations within the Delta. And along the way, it mixes because of the tidal sloshing, it mixes with the native water. Next slide, please. Last slide. So based on this, we have some technical recommendations, and I want to be very mindful and not wade across the line into sort of policy decisions or considerations that I think would be appropriate for board members to make. On the technical side, the DSM-2 model can and should be used to evaluate both Delta residence time, and it can also be used to evaluate the fate of stored water within the Delta. It's again, a well-established, well-calibrated model, and these model runs are pretty quick. The runtime for these model runs is less than 30 minutes or so. So you can do a new model run very quickly. Of course, it takes time to set that up, but you could modify the inputs, add real-time data, et cetera, and run it on a very quick, almost real-time basis. There are other models out there, 3D models, for example, like Schism, that could also be used for this kind of analysis and or for validation. I think the results are going to be very similar. And in our opinion, you should use measured data, essentially real-time current year data, where possible. So we have measurements for river flows, tides, and barriers, and that's what we used as input data. And we used what we believe are probably best estimates for other quantities like diversions and return flows. And of course, that could be updated as we get better real-time forecasting or real-time measurements for those. We do believe that the state board's analysis of stored and native water needs to be checked or confirmed. And then we note that this methodology or this technical idea could be used to incorporate data on a real-time basis when it's available. And then on the policy implications, again, I want to be mindful not to wade over that line, but we believe it should be the board's policy to base curtailment decisions for entities in the Delta on accurate technical information. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going on. Okay, I'm back. Thank you so much for your presentation, Susan. If no staff wants to respond, we can go ahead and move to Nick Bonsignore next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Great, just a second here. So yes, Nick Bonsignore with Wagner and Bonsignore Consulting Civil Engineers, consultant for Byron Bethany Irrigation District. And I want to thank the Water Board for giving us another opportunity to weigh in on the methodology, in particular commenting today on the methodology spreadsheet. I'll note that I've also had some input from another consultant, Greg Young, with Zenhero AMS. Greg not able to be here today due to another commitment. Next slide, please. So very basic, the spreadsheet is that there's been two versions, and some of this rehashes what Jesse talked about. There was last year's kind of dry season version and then morphing into a wet season version. Basically, both estimate supply against demand, and when demand exceeds supply, then curtailments are possible. Sounds very simplistic, but obviously very complicated in California. I'm going to touch on 4 topics today that kind of dig into the weeds of the spreadsheet. Firstly, we believe, although may not be understanding it correctly, that the forecasted full natural flow in 2021 was less than the computed actual full natural flow, which may have underestimated supply. Secondly, it appears that the methodology in 2021 excluded return flows from rediversions from storage, which also underestimated supply. For the 2022 version, we have some concerns or questions, I guess, as to which forecast data set is chosen, whether it be Bulletin 120 or the CNRFC. And lastly, we have some comments and suggestions on expanding the QA/QC evaluation of demand. Obviously, I put this together before the benefit of Jesse and Matt's earlier presentations today, but we'll move on. Next slide. So this just recaps what supply is and in terms of the methodology, and Jesse touched on it very well today, but since nothing's natural in California anymore, it is a calculated number. The full natural flow is based on adjustments from other gauged parameters. But nonetheless, it is a calculated number used to estimate what would be present naturally without alterations that have happened with all the projects. Next slide, please. Some excerpts from the Waterboards methodology report, and Jesse talked about it again, that for purposes of estimating supply and demand, it relies on a forecast of estimated supply volumes, and they're expressed as probabilities or exceedances, the percent chance that a future full natural flow will exceed a given amount. 50% exceedance means there's a 50-50 chance that the full natural flow will exceed the forecasted volume, 50% chance that it won't. 90% exceedance indicates a drier condition, where there's a 90% chance that the full natural flow will exceed the forecasted value. Next slide, please. For the 2021 analysis, the Water Board used 90% exceedance for the entire summer. And for the Sacramento watershed, based on our review of the spreadsheet, we've computed that actual full natural flow for the months of July, August, and September was higher. I mean, it ranged from 60 to 100,000 acre feet more than the Water Board's forecast. For the San Joaquin, we're estimating 6 to 23,000 acre feet per month more than the forecast. And if that's true, then it appears that the Water Board's 90% exceedance would have underestimated supply, and use of a lower exceedance likely would have changed the priority at which rights were curtailed. Next slide, please. This kind of illustrates what I'm talking about. The column on the left, that first table there, are the exceedance probabilities for July 2021, based on the July 23rd, 2021 version of the methodology spreadsheet. And as you can see, the 50% exceedance probability was around 355,000 acre feet for the Sacramento watershed. The 90% exceedance was about 252,000. And the state board relied on the 90%. So the forecasted supply in that bottom table, highlighted in orange there, 252,000. Based on later versions of the methodology spreadsheet, we're understanding that the actual computed full natural flow for the Sacramento watershed in July was around 351,000 acre feet, which is a difference of about almost 100,000 acre feet on the plus side. And it equates to an exceedance based on that September number or July number of around 50% rather than 90. The table on the right is the same for the San Joaquin watershed, although here we're just indicating the board's assumption of the 90% exceedance in July, around 44,000 acre feet. The actual was, again, based on later spreadsheets published, that around 50,000. So a difference of about 6,000, more like an exceedance, so less than 90, more than 75. Next slide, please. This is same set of tables for August. I'll just focus on the Sacramento side. The exceedance probability from the August spreadsheet are in the top table. The bottom table shows the water board assumed a 90% exceedance, 225,000, but it appears that later reckonings of August full natural flow were more like 308,000. So a difference of 83,000 acre feet, which would have put the exceedance more like somewhere less than 50% rather than 90. You also see the San Joaquin set of tables on the right side there. Again, an exceedance less than 25 as opposed to 90. The last slide or the next slide will show September. Similar situation for both watersheds. So again, if we've got this right, I think Jesse said that they were tracking full natural flow and it was tracking with 90%. So maybe we're misunderstanding something in the later spreadsheets that were posted, but certainly would like to hear from the board about that. But if we're correct, then perhaps it suggests that the board maybe needs to reconsider how it's forecasting flows going forward for 2022. Next slide, please. Next set of slides talks about agricultural return flows, which Matt touched on. And again, the accretions to the river, the accretions to supply from ag water and urban uses that return after use. And from the ag standpoint, they come from spills and draining of rice paddies and other agricultural drainage. From the report, very few return flow sources are gauged these days. Next slide, please. The methodology incorporates return flows by reducing demand using a return flow factor that Matt talked about. That return flow factor is applied to direct diversion demands, and it's only applied to Valley floor watersheds and does not apply to diversions to storage, which we do agree with that. However, in the summertime, some of this usage is satisfied by rediversion of water released from storage, water that was diverted in January, released in August, and rediverted down in the valley. If you only base the return flow factor on direct diversion, it's not accounting for that rediversion of released water. And the fields don't know where the water came from, but the water comes from the river, gets used, and then some of it returns. It seems like the rediversion of stored water releases should be accounted for, the return flow should be accounted for. I understand, or I noticed this was touched on in the Waterboards recent executive order issued on Tuesday that seemed to discount our prior concerns about this topic. I guess the one comment I might have is it would be nice maybe to hear more on how the calcium return flow factors were used, or Matt touched on that, but maybe what we need to know is when the term diversions is used for the numerator in that equation, what diversions are we talking about? I have some examples. Next slide, please. This is the water right permit for the New Hogan Reservoir, Calaveras River, held by the Bureau of Reclamation. it's a wet season storage and direct diversion right. And directly from the 2018 progress report by permittee, the left column shows that the months that were reported as use from storage, so not direct diversions. This is water released from New Hogan and rediverted in the service area downstream, totaling 23,000 acre feet or so. Return flow factor at the point of diversion is 1, but the water is actually used in the valley floor watershed, or should be. And the return flow factors there are listed. We're inputting the 2022 factors now. And if you apply those factors to this use from storage, you get a return flow of about 3,800 acre feet. That isn't accounted for in the current methodology. Next slide, please. It's a second example, very similar for Camp Far West Reservoir on the Bear River. Again, wet season storage. This one does have dry season direct diversion. Water is Camp Far West Irrigation District, South Sutter Water District hold rights. And the four or five columns on the left are what was reported as use from storage in 2018. The PODs in the Bear River sub-watershed, no return flow based on that, but the place of use is akin to the Sacramento Valley floor, and applying the 2022 return flow factors, you end up with 26,000 acre feet of return flow. Again, not accounted for in the methodology. Next slide, please. I'd note that these two examples are just two of many of the rim storage reservoirs around the valley. I think that the methodology could be modified to incorporate these return flows. Storage releases basically can be quantified as the difference between the monthly reported use and the reported direct diversion. And that information is readily available in the eRIMS database that the Waterboards relying upon for the methodology spreadsheet. And once that's known, those return flow factors could be applied to the monthly use of stored water and added as a supply component. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot of one of the rights I just mentioned, the New Hogan Reservoir. And again, it just shows here that the three columns with the data are in eRIMS, and the amount used is that calculated, is that reported number for use, which could be incorporated into the methodology. Next slide, please. I'm kind of running short on time, so I think I'm going to leave it at that and provide the rest of my comments in written. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Nick. It looks like Jesse wants to respond, so I'll pass it to you, Jesse.
Thank you, Molly, and thank you, Nick, very much for your focused and technical comments. A quick response, you had a question regarding some confusion on the water supply forecast source. We do try to note those in the weekly update emails, which forecast source we are using specifically, as well as the forecast exceedance we're using. Our Delta Drought website also has all of those previous emails archived as PDFs, so we do always try to note those. Additionally, we do post the methodology runs on each day of those regular updates, so that is the methodology with the data used to determine curtailments on that date. Those are posted on our FTP site. Folks will have to request a login to that, but can certainly do so by contacting bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov. So we do have the information used to determine curtailments on any day that a weekly update was made. And I appreciate your comments and comparisons on the forecasted versus actual supply. Of course, hindsight is 2020, but it is important to consider the way that those conditions turned out, even though we could not have known when those forecasts were made how it would have turned out exactly. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. So our final presentation, oh, Matt, did you want to say something too?
Yeah, I just had one additional bit of clarification to provide on the return flow calculation. So, so Nick asked what the diversions are in the numerator or in the denominator actually of that return flow to diversions ratio. So the diversions taken from calcium are all of the diversions of surface water to demand sites in the valley floor of the model domain. And so that includes deliveries, diversions deliveries in calcium in this context are the same. That includes deliveries of previously stored water. And another point that I mentioned in the presentation that I want to emphasize is that the return flows that are modeled in calcium include all of the return flows to surface water, whether those return flows originate from water that was supplied to those locations from surface water or groundwater, whether the surface water is directly diverted or re-diverted from stored water, and whether it's coming from groundwater. So that's the reason why the critical year return flow factors are higher than the return flow factors that would be calculated for other years, and why we chose to use the return flow factors for critical years in the methodology. I hope that helps. It looks like Nick might have a follow-up as well. And we probably don't want to get into too much back and forth, but if there's a relatively targeted clarification that we can provide, be happy to do it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so actually I just wanted to comment back to one for you, one for Jesse. For you, it appears that there's a return flow factor applied to the direct diversion demand, even though the number is based on calcium data for all diversions. And it's almost like, well, the factor is based on an index to direct diversion demand, but that doesn't really seem to be reality. So it might be helpful to understand, maybe get more information about the calcium data is all the return flows, but it's only applied to direct diversion demand. Is that it's almost like an apples and oranges factor, it seems to me.
I understand your point. I think what's going on essentially is that we're calculating a per unit of surface water delivery, by water year type return flow factor, and it sort of is assuming that all of the diversions within all of the demand units within a watershed are receiving essentially the same mix of direct diversion, previously stored water, and groundwater on average, which is clearly not strictly speaking the case, but it was a simplifying assumption that we needed to make in order to come up with a workable methodology.
Okay, thank you. And Jesse, I guess one other point I wanted to make and didn't get to, but going forward for forecasting in the final supply tab, you can either toggle between Bulletin 120 or CNRFC. And the Bulletin 120 only covers some of the watersheds, so it does incorporate some of the other data set. But the report mentions that if you use either one, they're about the same. And we haven't found that in looking at the May 3rd spreadsheet. And so I'm wondering if they really are the same, and it seems like they're not. And secondly, if they are different, how are you going to decide which data set you're going to toggle to when it comes to estimating supply and issuing curtailments?
Yeah, and there's a lot of data points. I can't tell you with certainty that they are always the same. And of course, CNRFC is updated. Those forecasts are updated every day, and so a lot of moving parts. I can't always have certainty on that. But we do generally perform comparisons of what curtailments would look like under either scenario, and we typically try to choose a scenario that would be conservative and result in fewer curtailments. That said, we've tended to stick with the CNRFC forecasts through the wet season and have done so currently, moving into May. And I think for the near term, we do plan to continue to use those CNRFC forecasts being that they're workable for our purposes, frequently updated, and that they allow us to continually reassess curtailments. And also, given that we're shifting to a discrete monthly time step, that would also allow us to better consider evolving conditions. So we're not just looking at supply for a given period and a totally uncertain forecast. These discrete months also factor in what has been observed up to date. And of course, as you near the end of the month, you get a lot more certainty in what that forecasted volume is going to be.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for going over. Longest 15 minutes in my life, or shortest 15 minutes of my life. Thank you.
Thanks. I feel like that was a worthwhile back and forth there. So thanks to staff and to Nick for asking these questions. Okay, so we're going to go into our final presentation, and it's going to be from Dante Nomalini. So Dante, you should get a request to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I sympathize with the scientists that are working on this very difficult and complicated problem of trying to sort out water right entitlement without regard to legal and statutory requirements and court decisions. But I think everybody recognizes the difficulty trying to associate a particular entitlement in a very complex water system with a variety of locations. Now, this cover page on my presentation or my slides was added by Brett Baker without my input, but I think it shows the political orientation of water decisions in California. And I think that railroad that is headed south, and also I don't think there's any end in sight. Let's go to the next slide, please. The projects were to develop surplus waters from the watersheds of origin to meet the needs not only in the Delta and in the watersheds, but on a secondary priority basis to areas outside the watershed. Let's go to the next slide. This is the hydrology that was used for the planning of both the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. And the focus of this hydrology and analysis was how do the projects get through a reoccurrence of the 29 through 34, whether you want to call it a 6 or 7 year drought. And the analysis showed that the hydrology of the Delta watershed and without exports, 8 million acre feet short of even meeting local supplies or in watershed supplies. And groundwater was to be the source of meeting the in watershed needs. It was also concluded that the projects would need surplus water after the year 2000 from other areas of the state, and that it would have to come at that time. They planned on getting it from the North Coast area. And an analysis of the North Coast showed that there was surplus water over the anticipated development within the watersheds. All right, let's go to the next slide. All right, droughts, of course, can be longer than 6 or 7 years as used in the planning. And we now know with climate change, the likelihood of longer periods of drought are real. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. All right, the plan was to develop 5 million acre feet of surplus water that could be delivered to the Delta by the year 2000. And that little Bulletin 76 report to the legislature that I've distributed widely, and if staff doesn't have it, I certainly provide it again. But it explains what the plan was, and you can see in the chart in the bottom left-hand corner that there was a buildup of development that would provide the surplus water so that by the year 2000, it would be available in the Delta on a seasonal and annual basis. Now, what happened was that when it came time to do the development in the North Coast, the environmental movement was moving forward, as well as legislation to protect wild and scenic rivers, and the development never took place. So where we are today is there is no water available for the State Water Project or even the Central Valley Project to a great extent in dry years. And in order to get through and carry water forward to deliver water in the sixth dry year or the sixth critical year, you have to carry it forward from the beginning. Now, we have a serious concern with the curtailment process and water availability based on forecasting. Forecasting is not a reality. It's, as everybody has indicated, it's going to vary by year type and what have you. We have urged for years that the project set forth a plan of how they're going to meet the conditions of their permits in subsequent dry years. Now, why is that? If we go to a forecast, we end up with exporting water that would have been needed to meet the water quality standards in subsequent dry years. Because just like this last year, we had a very wet period in October, we had a later wet period, looked like it was going to be great, and then we end up with real dry periods. And lo and behold, here we are again with an emergency declaration used to support a temporary urgency change. There should be a plan and an adequate disclosure of the lack of ability, which I think there is, to provide this water in later years. The 700,000 acre feet that was referred to in some of the prior presentations as what might be available in the critical year, all you have to do is look at the Department of Water Resources study on their capability of delivering project water, and it's a similar number. And in fact, it's probably zero. So forecasting is fine. I understand that. You can forecast somewhere along the line, but the plan must be developed as to how we're going to meet the water quality standards over a series of dry years and what is the real shortage. California is ignoring the disparity between supply and demand. And we continue to develop arid lands and develop permanent demand without an adequate water supply to provide it. Now, we have objected to the health and safety 1,500 cubic feet per second allowable, because what it amounts to is an effort to deprive the watersheds of origin of the use of water in order to meet the health and safety requirement that could be met by fallowing land in the area where that shortage occurs, or depriving water to certain uses such as irrigation of marijuana grows and warehouses, supply of water to architectural features and other things. So what we're talking about in reality here is a political decision that's being implemented through the water unavailability and curtailment of trying to get water shifted from one area of the state that needs it and has it to another area that wants it. A bad policy. Now, the governor, fortunately, has made one statement that I can agree with, and it was made the other day with regard to the Huntington desal plant. And I think he mentioned that we need more tools in our toolbox. And what that means is we need more development of surplus water. We can't just take water away from one use that was promised and legally is entitled to it and has it and put it over in order to satisfy ongoing development demand, permanent demand in other areas. All right, let's go to the next slide. Okay, yeah, the past conduct, I mean, we're in a multiple pattern and practice of the state board granting emergency relief on water right requirements by reason of changes. And we have a whole pattern that's developed. Hopefully, the state board will develop some independent approaches and try and lead the state in the direction of balance of supply and demand. Now, we have a number of slides here that relate to the Delta, and it has been acknowledged in the past, and for some reason it's not acknowledged now, that the Delta always has water. Quantity is not an issue in the Delta. Quantity is the substance that we focus in on with regard to water rights. Water quality involves statutory requirements and project planning. The other thing that I think is missing from the water unavailability studies is the assumption that water impounded behind a dam is somehow stored water. There are obligations of the projects to mitigate their damages by increased development, encouraged upstream, by the pumping effects on drawing salt water in. There are other obligations for fish, and those kinds of things entitle the downstream users who have been deprived and damaged of the very mitigation that the projects are obligated to provide. We will provide written comments, and I think I'm probably near the end of my time, but we do appreciate the diligence of the staff to work in an imperfect setting, dealing only with the quantitative aspects of water rights and not the political reality that's going on. We have the projects taking settled water, settlement water that's based on riparian rights, and putting it in storage. That water should go down the river for riparian use. The groundwater substitution that's being allowed deprives water from the stream flow and reduces accretions downstream. So there are a lot of imperfections, and they're not related to the staff analysis of water rights. They're related to the political decisions that are being made and the operations of the project. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I realize it's somewhat negative, but somebody is going to have to get this state on track and pay attention to supply and demand and come up with a plan, because I don't see a solution to find 5 million acre feet or 8 million acre feet of surplus water in near term. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dante. So I don't believe any staff would like to respond here. So I'm going to go ahead and move to the speakers list. All righty, so David Guy is going to be our first speaker from the speakers list. We're done with the presentations now.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Molly?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is David Guy, Northern California Water Association. We represent the water suppliers and local governments in Northern California. appreciate the opportunity today. I'm going to provide a couple of brief kind of comments, and then going to be joined by Darren Cordova from MBK Engineers, who will provide a handful of technical comments in kind of coordination here. Thanks for the opportunity. 2022, obviously a horribly dry year. There's a lot of challenges, a lot of pain, suffering going on for people, fish and wildlife, the whole suite of things that depend upon water. And so we appreciate you kind of slogging through during a very challenging year. My first point is really just to kind of thank Diane, you and your team for the process that you have put forward here over the last probably 5 to 7 years in working closely with folks like MBK, Steve Grinnell, others throughout our region. We think that that has really just led to continuous improvement of the methodology, and it continues to get better all the time. We appreciate you kind of putting the effort into that and making that work. And I think is what that does is I think it helps give people confidence in some of the decisions that are being made in the North State. So we really appreciate that. Things like the Tuesday LIRIS notice, I think that people can kind of count on and expect is really good. And I think this is instructive for some of the other processes I think that you are working on as well. The one area that is a little bit of a challenge this year, obviously your temperature management plan for the Sacramento River has kind of spilled into the curtailment dynamic this year, and that's been unfortunate. So anyway, I know that's had some unintended consequences. I know there's an effort underway to try to work through that. I know the Sacramento River settlement contractors are committed to kind of working through that this year and continuing to work with you in that process. And I know Adam Nichols had some similar comments in that vein as well. The second point that I would just kind of encourage the board and the staff is just to really think hard about enforcement this year. The sanctity of the water rights process really depends upon active enforcement by the State Water Board. I know we've supported funding in the budget over the last some years to help with that. Hopefully that's been helpful. I know we even have some ideas on specific ways to do that. I know thinking about things like actually going up the river in a boat and having people that know the river and the system working on that are ways I think that might be more efficient than some of the things we've seen in the past. And we'd love to have further conversation, but we hope that there'll be some enforcement this year with respect to illegal diversions of water. So I'm going to stop there, and Darren Cordova is going to, I believe, hopefully be next to kind of provide some technical specific comments for the Sacramento River Basin. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Darren. I'll restart the timer.
Great. Thank you, Molly. Good afternoon. My name is Darren Cordova of MBK Engineers. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments at the workshop. We do support the comments of Mr. Guy, and in addition to those comments, we offer the following summary of comments on technical matters relative to the administration of the water rights system based on our initial review of the updated curtailment documentation and tool. First, we appreciate the time and effort that that division staff have invested in the curtailment tool and methodology, including the latest updates to ensure the appropriate implementation of our water right priority system. We recognize that it's challenging to address many different water right circumstances, including those of the CVP and SWP that were developed to share available supplies, particularly outside of watersheds into areas of regular surface water supply shortage. We understand that the need to use and implement the tool came sooner than desired or expected by all, and now we find hydrologic conditions quite dire and with an out of the ordinary distribution. We and others have engaged with division staff who've been responsive and worked to understand the different perspectives and circumstances, so thank you to staff. Our comments are focused on an overall suggestion followed by topics identified in the notice. Overall, we believe it's critical to continue expanding efforts on the proper implementation of the tool and associated methodology. And as those efforts progress and as time allows, enhancing the user friendliness of the website would be helpful for those that do not regularly use the site or that do not rely on that water right agent. In regard to topic 1, water supply data, we encourage the use of rolling 31-day, 7-day forecasts at the appropriate exceedances, as Jesse was identifying earlier, particularly during periods of more significant hydrologic transition. For the purpose of to assist in the planning and operations, it's helpful to continue the use of the curtailment outlook on the website to show a projected curtailment for water right priority dates. In regard to topic 2, we caution the use of projected diversions from the enhanced monthly reporting, as we believe there's a wide range of approaches by water right holders. We do suggest providing more direction and education to water right holders to improve those projections, which may better assist in implementing curtailments in the future. In regard to the potential use of reported diversions for 2021, we believe this is not appropriate. Because curtailments were in effect for a portion of 2021, as Lauren mentioned earlier, the reported diversion may be reflective of water that was available, but not a realistic representation of demand. And so reasons that demands need to be reduced should be carefully thought through. In regard to return flows, we suggest reviewing those factors, and based on the description Matt Holland provided earlier, it appears that this is being considered for both the significant reduction in rice acreage in the Sacramento Valley in 2022, and also independent of those 2022 conditions. And I think, as we've heard today, there's many details under this topic, and thus additional focused discussions, I believe, would be helpful, including to further disaggregate between subwatersheds. On topic number 5, implementing further subwatershed curtailments, such as in the valley floor subwatersheds, would be particularly useful to better account for the abnormal distribution of precipitation that has been observed, like in this year. And then in regard to topic number 7, disaggregating direct diversion and storage demands is a useful addition to the tool, I believe, and in regarding allowing for improvements to the storage demands associated with the wet season. An additional potential development or improvement would be to consider further adjustments to the storage demands in the tool, as the timing and volume of those storage demands in 2018 for many users are largely driven by hydrology and storage at the time, which is not necessarily representative of the demand in 2022. Although the enhanced reporting data may help staff develop assumptions, we suggest division staff contact larger water right holders individually to understand operations and accounting of diversions at the points of diversion. So in conclusion, thank you for your comment, for your consideration of these comments, including our written comments. We'll submit this next week. And following consideration of those comments, we look forward to continuing our technical discussions with division staff to address any questions, provide examples, and certainly engage collaboratively on developing technical solutions to these complex issues. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Darren. Way to wrap up right on time. Okay, so next up, I believe we have John Herrick and Dean Ruiz from the South Delta Water Agency presenting as a panel. So I'll go ahead and invite both of you to unmute.
This is John Herrick. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Again, I'm John Herrick, South Delta Water Agency. I understand this workshop is supposed to deal with technical issues, but I don't think you can avoid the legal limitations while still doing your technical analysis. I note that there, as far as I can tell, there's been no change in the analysis of Delta water availability subsequent to the materials produced by Byron Bethany and other parties, including South and Central Delta. And not only did their input not change any analysis, but I see no comments addressing the issues that we raised. Let me start off by saying it's not true that the Delta ever runs out of water. Now, we know that's true. All you have to do is turn off your inputs in the models and run the model and see whether or not there's still water levels in the Delta. Of course, there's always water in the Delta. The North Delta Water Agency contract recognizes that, the contract signed by DWR. And again, all you have to do is do modeling runs to see that there's always water. So there's always a supply of water. It's not true that water from the west of Antioch is ocean water, as the model treats it. We've had net Delta outflow for I don't know how long, and that means that water from the Delta has moved slowly west. Whether it stops moving west or not at some point depends on the year types. But if that water has been moved into the western area and then comes back on the tide, that means that you had delta water that returns there. Yes, it may have mixed, but you're still getting water from the west that's not ocean water. It's delta water. It's not true that the South Delta would have unusable water absent the project's operations. We know from the data that we've already presented that during the 1929 to 34 drought, the South Delta never got to 1,000 parts chloride, which is the amount that is considered unusable. And in fact, we had good water quality coming down the San Joaquin River. Now, if those were the pre-project conditions for Delta riparians and pre-1914 right holders, it's incumbent upon State Board staff to explain how further development since that time has decreased the water rights or water availability of Delta riparians and pre-1914 users, because there is no, in my view, there is no way you can do that. It's not true that the quality of water affects the water right. Now, all of the discussions about water availability keep trying to show where it comes from and who's entitled to it. And the State Board has adopted the position that when a certain water quality is in the Delta or would have been in the Delta, then suddenly people can't divert. Well, that's not true. There is no legal principle, rule, regulation, or case law that says when the water quality reaches a certain point, somebody can't divert. Now, again, if we had usable water quality in the worst year of the 29 to 34 drought in the South Delta, it's incumbent upon the State Board to not just rely on models that are set up, but to explain to us why subsequent development since that time has deprived the South Delta of usable water quality. It's not true that you can export water when priorities of the Delta are not being met. We know from statute, the Delta Protection Act, the Watershed Protection Act, and the Racanelli decision that exports are contingent upon meeting salinity repulsion needs, providing in Delta water rights, and an adequate supply in the Delta. So you can't, one should not be arguing in an availability analysis whether or not project water is reaching the Delta, because project water is obligated to reach the Delta to provide an adequate supply and water quality. It's not true that you can prevent a water user from diverting from a stream or channel because someone else has mixed their water in it. We've already gone through this. We've given the law to the State Board and there's been no response. When you mix your water with someone else's water, you can't prevent them from using it if they could have used their water absent you. Now, let me just move on a little bit and say this issue about the projects being self-limiting, self-curtailing is untrue. We've had water quality violations early in the year. We're currently having water quality violations in the South Delta, and yet exports continue. By my calculations, since last November, San Luis Reservoir has increased about 470,000 acre feet, and that doesn't include any releases from the reservoir. So if the Bureau would, or Bureau and DWR would release that water, say 1,000 CFS back into the San Joaquin River, they would meet the South Delta water quality standards. They could re-export that water, and they would be complying with the mandatory obligation to provide a supply of in-Delta water quality. So I think it's very clear that the analysis is geared towards certain goals, not to adequately address the legal issues and the technical issues. When you make arguments that there's no water available in the Delta for somebody, you're simply wrong. If you make arguments that stored water from the projects shouldn't be used or isn't mandated to be used to protect in-Delta interests, you're wrong. So I'll leave it at that. And as we said before, we would think it's incumbent upon the State Board staff to meet with us to address these issues. And last time I asked for this, I was told by counsel for the board that we need not do that at this time. Well, curtailments are coming up. The water availability analysis is clearly geared to shut down Delta riparians now or in the future. And so I would think the State Board is obligated to meet with us to discuss these things, since it's pretty clear that our factual allegations are correct. Thank you very much. And that's all I have. And I don't believe Dean Reese is going to say anything. Thank you.
Okay, Dean, did you want to say anything?
No, Mr. Herrick said it for us and used up the time appropriately. But thank you.
Okay, no problem. Our next speaker was going to be Gian Zalesi, but I'm not seeing her on the call, so we'll go ahead and move to Will Anderson.
Hi, how's my volume today?
You sound great.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Will Anderson with Contra Costa Water District. Thank you for holding this workshop and for the opportunity to provide a brief comment today. Back at the October 20th workshop, we made some oral comments regarding the methodology's portrayal of how water moves in the Delta. We had some concerns, which were shared by other Delta stakeholders, about the analysis presented in Technical Appendix D and the oversimplification of Delta residence time and tidal exchange. At the time, we recommended the use of hydrodynamic models to properly interpret characterization of Delta flows. And today, we'd just like to reiterate the importance of using the best possible analytical tools and any further revisions to the methodology. A short while ago in this workshop, Dr. Paulson gave a great example of a DSM-2 analysis that could be used for evaluating the fate and residence time of inflows. If the Division of Water Rights needs additional support to develop and interpret these tools, we'd recommend finding the needed resources somehow, perhaps through a program of collaboration with modeling specialists in the Department of Water Resources or consultants or in academia, and consider further dialogue with stakeholders. An issue as important as residence time should not be oversimplified. I think we can all agree that it's imperative to have a sound technical basis for making conclusions about water availability. We appreciate the work of staff in improving the methodology and communicating in this public process, and look forward to further future opportunities to provide input. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Will. Jesse is going to pop in really quick to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Molly. I just wanted to offer a quick response to Mr. Herrick's comment earlier. Apologies, I didn't get time to speak up before, but I just wanted to clarify, as I explained in my presentation, the methodology would only curtail riparian claims of right if there is zero water supply available. In the legal delta, that would require there to be zero supply. That's zero natural flow available from both the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers. As you can imagine, that would be a pretty dire situation if we were to have zero unimpaired flow from any of the systems in those watersheds, and pretty unlikely. So I want to reiterate that that would only occur under those circumstances. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Jesse. And I believe our last speaker from the speakers list is going to be Tom Burke. Tom, are you there?
Oh, hi. Yeah, I couldn't hear you. Okay, so I can start now?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Tom Burke. I'm with Hydrologic Systems, and we're working with the South Delta Water Agency on water supply and availability issues in the South Delta. We appreciate this opportunity to discuss our concerns with the latest iteration of the water unavailability methodology. First, I would like to thank the board staff for all the hard work that they've put into developing this methodology. I know it's a long and tedious process to sort out all of the different elements that come into play in determining the water rights, especially during drought periods. Although I applaud the thoroughness that the board has put into this process, the methodology does not correctly assess the volume of water that's available for beneficial use in the Delta. And primarily that our concerns are with the technological approach that's been presented in Appendix D. Appendix D provides the approach that the board is taking to define the water availability in the Delta. And basically it limits the water available to just natural and abandoned flow, which comes into the Delta. And we don't think that's necessarily the correct way to look at available water. I think that becomes a fatal flaw in their approach by looking at just that, because historic data shows that there is a lot of other water sources available in the Delta, and that the water mixing with the fresh water that's coming in also provides more available water for beneficial use. For the history of the Delta, including in critically dry periods, freshwater inflow mixed with saline water from the west has been able to be put to beneficial use. Water use in the Delta is not just a binary function. It's not all good or all bad. Yet Appendix D lays out a justification of why only pure freshwater inflows should be counted in the water availability analysis. The basic flaw in this approach is that the board is treating the delta as they would a river, where supply and demand accounting can be easily performed based on the fixed volumes that are entering or leaving the system. This approach can work well when applied to upstream river systems, but breaks down when applied to an estuarine system. The board's approach does not account for the mixing of inflow water with water from the west, nor does it account for groundwater inflow and outflow that is significant in estuarine system, or for a mixing of water from different zones within the delta. I should mention that a lot of the, or all of the groundwater in the Central California eventually finds its way to the delta. Appendix D seems to bend over backwards to discount any methodology that indicates that more water is available within the pure freshwater inflow. It goes so far as to even discount the standard hydrodynamic models that tend to show that there is more water available for beneficial uses than just freshwater inflow. Given that the board has discounted their own hydrodynamic models, they've replaced the correct approach with several simplistic volumetric analyses that completely ignore the estuarine hydrodynamic processes and are flawed with inaccurate data. The appendix also inaccurately claims that without stored water flowing into the delta from the water projects, agriculture cannot continue during drought periods. Historic crop production data shows that this not to be the case in dry years as well as in critically dry years. Maybe I should step back for a second and describe why a correct hydrodynamic analysis is required and the importance of defining their criteria that water needs to meet in order to be a beneficial use in the delta. Water for beneficial agricultural use does not necessarily require pure fresh water. Crops can be grown in a variety of saline levels, and planting can be changed in dry years to accommodate plants with more saline tolerance. The presentation that I made in the last review of the methodology, which I believe was in November, showed how crop production in the Delta continued during dry and critically dry years prior to the development of the water projects. Farmers may not have developed full production from the fields, but the water was good enough to justify growing their crops so that they can make a living, which is basically the definition for beneficial use. Two of the specific analyses presented in Appendix D that I have concern with is the residence time analysis and the tidal flux analysis. I'll try to go through this quickly since I'm running out of time here. But residence time as a way of determining water availability for beneficial use is not as important as it might seem in a mixed estuary. It assumes a discrete, unmixed volume treated as a particle that slowly makes its way to the outlet. It does not account for continuous mixing in the channel, nor does the beneficial use of the mixed saline water that's available for water users in the Delta. Because crops grown in the Delta do not rely on pure fresh water, it's important to properly account for the increased availability of volume due to mixing within the Delta. A residence time analysis applied to these historically critical dry periods would show that agricultural production could not occur, a fact that is completely debunked by historic crop production records during dry and critically dry periods. The tidal flux analysis that's presented in Appendix D assumes that water flowing in the Delta has a salinity level of 20,000 microsiemens, which I assume is data from the Martinez gauge. A more appropriate gauge to use would be the Antioch gauge, which actually represents flow coming into the Delta. At that location, the salinity levels range between 2 and 7,000, with an average of around 4,000, much lower than the 20,000 that was assumed in the analysis. Figure 3 of Appendix D does not account for the fact that tidal flux for the Southern Delta draws much of its water from the Central Delta. The write-up describing the figure assumes that each section of the Delta is drawing water directly from Carquinez Strait, which does not account for mixing from each of the zones. I'll quickly try to summarize what I have since I've run out of time. The summary of the analysis provided in Appendix D is presented as a justification for limiting the volume of water for beneficial use. But in that analysis, the board is basically limiting the volume available to just natural and abandoned flows. The approach is simplistic, hydrodynamically incorrect, and does not account for all the water sources and ignores the quality of water characteristics that can be put to beneficial use. I appreciate the Herculean effort that the board has put into this process, and I know it's a very complex and detailed methodology, but in our effort to quantify water, we don't want to simply just simplify it to the point of just being wrong. It's important to develop a methodology that can fairly and equitably manage available water supply, but the simplistic approach that we use in Appendix D to evaluate water supply in the Delta ignores current available science, ignores the state's own hydrodynamic models, and ignores historic data. This methodology used to evaluate water availability in the Delta needs to be revised to accurately represent the volume of water that can be put to beneficial use. That's all. Sorry if I went so fast that nobody could understand me.
All right, no problem. Thank you, Tom. So with that, that concludes our preset speakers list for the day with everyone who intended to provide public comment. We also have a group of people who are on the call who indicated that they would like to speak if necessary. So if any of those folks want to raise their hand, I can call on you to speak. So right now we'll go to Valerie Kincaid.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Valerie Kincaid from San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. The SJTA still has some outstanding issues with both the proposed regulation and the methodology, and we will submit comments on the 19th. I did have 5 questions of kind of technical nature based on the presentation today, and I'm happy to run through those kind of all at once. And then if folks either want to tackle them on the call or get back to the SJTA at a later date, I'm happy to do either of those things. So first is that there was a presentation of demand data and a recognition that 2018 demand data was still being used primarily. There was a discussion that there was some comparison with more recent data, including 2021 data sets, but that after that comparison, it was still concluded that the 2018 data was the most, the best available data for the water year. And I'm wondering if that comparison has been released to the public, if it's available to the public. And then I guess the follow-up question on that is at what point, kind of what triggers are we using, or what point will we say that we need to use more updated data? Obviously, there have been a lot of comments on using real-time data, and that might be, preferred. But what are the metrics or the decision points at which point the State Water Board will say, okay, 2018 data is not the best data set to use? So I guess the question there is the comparison available, and what is the metric by which we're measuring when we use a different data set? My second question is about return flows. I appreciate that staff disclosed there's a lot of uncertainty and they're still trying to figure out return flows. My 2 questions on return flows are, my recollection is that the methodology has not always used return flows in a reduction of demand. And if that's correct, my question is, when did we start, when did the methodology change, if it did, to start using return flows not as added supply, but as reduced demand? And then a request that the methodology really does not talk about how the CV2SIM 3.0 estimates return flows. It looked like there was some gauge data, but that primarily that return flows were based on the CV2SIM model. So I'm wondering if there's a layperson's kind of disclosure or an explanation in the methodology of the assumptions used in those return flow calculations. Third question, on March 1st, there was a decision to stop watershed level curtailment that was discussed today. And the concept was that would be to facilitate increased stored water. And I'm wondering if there was an analysis done about whether that shorted downstream seniors at all. How much water did it allow potentially juniors to store? That seems like it's a departure from the priority curtailment system, but any explanation on and support of why that March 1st decision to stop curtailment at a watershed level would be helpful. Fourth question, public health and safety. How does the methodology account for that? I know that the proposed regulation increases that number, and that frankly, as we're going into multiple drought years, public health and safety exceptions, although they may be necessary, if we're talking about a zero-sum game, they increase curtailment. I assume that they're included in some sort of demand estimate as kind of outside the rule of priority. But I think that the methodology should be more clear about disclosing how public health and safety exceptions are calculated, and if they increase, how those will be calculated. And then the fifth and final question is going into, again, a second year of potentially readopting curtailment regulation and having enough kind of distance from the 2014, 2015 regulations, at least for the Bay Delta, what is the result of the curtailment? And by that, I mean, is there an estimate about how many acre feet of priority water was protected? And I think if we don't have those numbers, if we don't have a general estimate of our kind of results of curtailment, we're doing a lot of work. There are a lot of comments. You know, we heard from the Napa and Solana folks about a lot of risk. What is the offset to that? How many seniors are diverting and having their priority protected by the state water board? And how many acre feet are being protected? I think at this point that probably needs to be disclosed or estimated. That's it for me. Thanks so much.
All right. So lots to respond to there. I believe Diane is going to respond to questions 1, 3, and 4. And then Matthew will come in and answer number 2. So Diane, whenever you're ready.
Sure. With respect to a comparison with the 2021 demand data, we haven't done that comparison yet. I think as Lauren pointed out, we would have to clean that data up first, do QA, QC. In terms of the 2021 data, it also reflects curtailments. So it's instead of it reflecting the demand for water that water users have, which is different than the amount that they divert, it will include some reflection that a water user was curtailed. So they didn't take water, not because they didn't have a demand for the water. Again, there are a lot of alternative ways to look at demand. Lauren went over the pros and cons of those. We are looking for additional feedback on that. So happy to receive your input. I think we're looking for actual specific suggestions on what you think is appropriate with regard to that issue that reflects demand, which is not necessarily the same as what a water user diverted. There may be reasons why a water user didn't divert water, though they may have had a demand, and it might be as a result of the fact that there wasn't actually stream flow that year for that user and those types of issues. So again, we're looking for feedback on this issue. There, at this point, given the issues, we expect that the 2018 demand for the irrigation season, land use practices don't change substantially, with the exception of there are some issues related to contractual diversions that we need to work through, but otherwise irrigation practices tend to be similar from year to year. So with respect to the irrigation season, that generally tends to be the case. During the irrigation season, we do encounter issues with, during the storage season, that related to diversions generally occur when a reservoir there's capacity in a reservoir and when there's a precipitation event. So given we've looked at, that's one of the reasons why we asked for the enhanced reporting related to projected demands, to better understand if the supply comes in, does a user project that they would take that water? And we've done some comparisons against that enhanced demand data to evaluate that issue. And it's generally showing that yes, parties have a greater demand than what they are necessarily able to divert. But again, this is a workshop. We're looking for input, looking for feedback. If you have specific suggestions on data sources that we can use that are our reflection of demand, we're looking for that input. The decision related to the suspension of curtailments, sub-watershed curtailments in March, as indicated in the updates that we provided when we suspended those curtailments. We suspended them because we had some indication that there were, water users that had agreements amongst themselves to account for the available supplies. And that there were needs to store the available water, given those issues and the extreme dry conditions, we did a temporary suspension of the curtailments. That's also something that we're looking for feedback on, whether those curtailments should be considered in the future. I think we heard some feedback from some stakeholders today that we should consider turning those back on again. There again are a lot of complex considerations in the determination of whether we implement those sub-watershed curtailments or not. There are also tools if we do implement those sub-watershed curtailments, such as voluntary water sharing agreements, or if there are instances where a watershed has an agreement in place for how they share water, that's an opportunity. They can submit a sub-watershed voluntary water sharing agreement. With respect to the health and safety supplies and how those are factored into the water unavailability methodology at this point in time, we don't increase demands at a lower priority level to account for those health and safety demands. So it's a conservative assumption. It doesn't, those exceptions at this point don't result in greater curtailments. So at this point, they are not affecting the level of curtailment. We are, again, that's another area that if you have input or feedback on that issue, we'd be happy to receive it and hear your thoughts on that. And with that, I will turn it back over to Matt to talk about return flows.
Sure, yeah, thanks for the question on return flows. So the first and most basic question regarding when have return flows been accounted for on the demand side? In the methodology used in notices of water unavailability and in curtailment notices during the current drought cycle, so the whole history of this effort, we have always accounted for return flows on the demand side. We never accounted for them as an additional separate supply of water. The only things that have changed with regard to how return flows are represented in the methodology have been updates to the calculations themselves and the disaggregation of demand between direct diversion and diversion to storage, which made it possible to no longer include return flows in some of those few diversions to storage that still contained them in the methodology on the original rollout. So those are the only changes that have happened. As far as a layman's explanation of how the model data were used to calculate those factors, I tried to provide that in my presentation, but I would be happy to follow up and provide a clearer explanation if that would help. Maybe I'll take another shot at it here. So really what we took from the Calcim 3 model were all of the surface water deliveries to all of the valley floor demand units. So that's demand units, whether they're demand units that take project water or non-project water, whether they're taking, well, all of the demand units, including demand units that only receive groundwater, were included on the return flow side, but on the diversion side, it was just surface water deliveries to all of those demand units on the valley floor. And then on the return flow side, there was all of the return flows to surface water. So not any return flows to groundwater, but all of the return flows to surface water. And those were just summed up over the entire Sacramento watershed and over the entire San Joaquin watershed. And those monthly factors were calculated on the basis of those values. So if that's not a clear enough explanation, we can certainly follow up. And another thing that we can do is we can provide a spreadsheet that illustrates the calculation.
All right. So Justin Fredrickson also has his hand up. I'll allow him to speak.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Justin Fredrickson at the California Farm Bureau, and my comments are not so much technical as on process relating to what the technical undertaking on the part of the board. So if you could bear with me a little bit there. I just wanted to say, as the board is well aware, there are lots of tensions and competing claims and demands on finite water resources, and those are brought into sharp relief in times of acute scarcity. That includes legal disputes where there's a lack of clarity in various areas, and frankly, a need for greater clarity. Also in the technical area, as highlighted in many of the comments today, and those technical uncertainties can amount to real water. So regardless, we need the state and the water users together need to continue to improve their tools to administer water rights, to manage and conserve limited water supplies generally, to respond to weather extremes and changing hydrology, to responsibly balance competing claims and demands, and to sustain our economy, providing for existing beneficial uses, including reasonable domestic agriculture and environmental demands. For this, at least three things I believe are needed. One is full transparency, another is ongoing communication, and another is joint management in partnership with local managers and users. And this would include tracking and documenting areas of controversy and uncertainty, steps taken to address those areas of controversy and uncertainty, outcomes and progress made over time, and then finally continuing give and take technical exchange of information. And I think the board is doing a lot of that to a high degree, and yet more it can only continue to help this process. And then finally, regarding demand projections and water use reporting, including enhanced reporting, I wanted to make a few points. First, to ask that the water board consider current practical and technical limitations on perfect data and compliance. Second, that the board approach its task as a work in progress and in a spirit of collaboration. Third, that the board engage in self-examination and take responsibility for what may not be working on the part of the board in its process, and rather than not only doubling down with the same approach or placing the entire onus of whatever failures or gaps there may be in current reporting and data for those struggling to meet some of those requirements. So in other words, where those failures or gaps are occurring, the board ask itself, what is happening there? What are the reasons for those gaps, and what can be changed to improve those outcomes? And that would include a lack of technical capacity, perhaps on the part of small diverters or water users in general, for whom the changes of the last few years have been a huge paradigm shift. And then lastly, ask that the board just continue to adjust and add to its toolbox of available tools and adjust its process and approach as necessary. Thanks for the time.
Great, and with that, we can head into our wrap up unless we have anyone else who would like to provide closing thoughts. Tiffany, if you wouldn't mind sharing the closeout slide. Give us just a moment here. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Thanks, Tiffany. Okay, so thank you so much for everyone for being here today, for being part of this, for providing all of your great feedback and ideas and comments and questions. It's very valuable to us. So thank you for taking the time and being engaged today. And we also wanted to remind everyone of some of our available resources and ways you can contact us and stay informed. So if you have any questions, or if you want to provide comments, please send an email to bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov, or you can also call the Delta Drought phone line at 916-319-0960 and leave a message, and staff will get back to you. We also strongly encourage you to subscribe to the Delta Drought email list if you haven't already, to receive important information regarding drought in the Delta watershed. To sign up, you can go to this webpage you see here, which is waterboards.ca.gov/drought/delta, which most of you are probably already familiar with. And you can provide your email in the email subscription list at the bottom of the page. And staff will be updating the Delta Drought webpage as well as the water unavailability webpage with current information. So we encourage everyone to check on those sites frequently. All right, and I believe that just to reiterate that written comments are due to this email address by May 19th, so next Thursday at 5 p.m. And with that, we'll go ahead and conclude today's staff workshop. And as previously mentioned, the recording of today's workshop will be posted to our webpage as soon as possible. And again, we appreciate your time and participation today.